You know what would actually be pretty funny, and it would distract everybody on the air.
Hmm.
Put googly eyes on the mics, staring at you.
Because
Don't
for-
do
Yeah,
that.
that would be
That,
fucking
that
weird.
would that'd be too
Look,
distracting.
dice on the mic. That's one thing. Google eyes, no.
Googly eyes
Especially if
and
I have
anything.
them on my mic and I just bounce it like that, and it just.
Googly eyes
Can
and
you
anything.
secure that cable on your mic, please?
Guess I look like the crazy guy because I didn't. even brush my hair.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We are opening the doors for tonight's session, and we're going to find out how moist Scabbard was in the barrel.
And now I'm uncomfortable.
A special blend of Scabbard rum.
No.
The only announcement we have for tonight is next week we will be off from streaming. We're observing the holiday. Just so you know, October is going to be a very empty month for us. So we're going to be off most of October for holiday observance. But hey, that allows Tom to catch up on his beauty sleep because he's starting to look like a spider with insomnia and arachnophobia.
What?
I think she's trying to say I bug her.
That's mean. That's mean to say about spiders. I at least care about them.
Ow. Dang.
Just teasing, man. All right. So that's our only announcement for tonight. Outside of that, we're gonna go ahead and jump into the recap. Make it very brief. We don't have to hit every detail. Just the highlight notes. And ooh, I'll roll a d4 to see who gets the unlucky number.
Really?
Do I not have a d4 on my table? What the? Volunteer caltrop. Ah, look. All right, Scabbard, let's hear what you did last session. Anyway, moving on to the next recap. Just kidding.
Wow.
Go for it, man.
Was exercised by Fott in a manner that may have killed him. I don't know. He had an out of body experience. Fott then dragged said body and spirit to the realm of dread.
So you would say the experience was fought out.
Which then prompted the most chaos I've ever seen a little goblin do. And then either absolutely horrified or disgusted the Dreadlord because he banished us from his realm and is
Us.
Fought and I. And will doesn't want anything to do with Scabbard anymore. After that, went and got some food for Fott. Went and got some food for Kippa to make and made met a bear that was cutting themselves up and then healing it in order to sell it for meat. Had interesting session there where essentially the whole party came together for Scabbard calling them together.
Shit.
And we all set up plans and meetings and such. It was more of a really laid back session, but we kind of needed one of those after everything we've been through.
Okay. All right. Hey, Mongos, I'm doing the waiter thing. You're up next since you have your mouth full of food.
Damn.
Great way to volunteer, bud.
Yeah, it was a pretty laid back session. I'm trying to think how Mongo actually started. I cannot fucking remember right now.
If you don't remember, that's okay.
Oh, I got to yeah, because Coin met Maggie. Maggie mistaken Coin for Mongo's girlfriend. And before Mongo could say anything, he was messaged by Coin and told him, "You are not going to break the old man's heart, and go with it." Um,
So funny.
yeah. She also brought drinks for everyone, including Sonny and Maggie, which is basically a very high proof hot chocolate. Maggie took one drink and had to set it down because, well, it would seem that he's lost his tolerance for alcohol after 4 centuries of drinking swamp water.
What's wrong with swamp water?
Try drinking it, bud. Um,
How about some a drink called the tequila swamp water?
no. Um,
Oh no!
and then Coin and Mongo
So-
went to go visit.
So you take grab a scoop, a hefty scoop of gochujang, dropped it into the mixer, lime juice, and a drop of hot sauce. And let's see, let's throw in 2 tablespoons of pickle juice and mix that into tequila, and then shake it up, and then drink it.
There's no aspect of that drink that I think I would enjoy.
Scabbard has a 1,000-yard stare thinking about that drink.
It's almost as bad as the mayo whiskey.
Right off with that, bud. Yeah, Coin and Mongo went to go visit the hole in the wall. Got to talk to Lady Corin and her husband, the genie, who's just wonderful to be around. Because Coin kind of got Mongo to think that's like, oh, hey, being trapped for centuries, that's kind of sounds like a genie. So asking kind of like, hey, how, I don't suppose you have like a guidebook on how you would kind of help recover from that. But since Maggie and the genie were kind of buddies at very least, once he found out about the house that Maggie was forced to stay in, he wiped it off the face of every plane of existence, which is pretty fucking awesome. Found out some of the components to do that kind of fuckery magic. And it cost another genie and a beholder their existence. Not just their bodies, but also every aspect of them, their soul, all of it. So that's gone. So that's good because now we don't have to worry about getting it back, which is awesome.
Except for putting Mashak Roar in it. So
Yeah, I was kind of wanting to do that, but we can find out something else to do with them. Yeah, and then yeah, Mongo was on his way somewhere, and that's when Nikolai went to a temple, saw Thought, said, "Oh, by the way, Brother Scav is having an issue that you might be able to help with." And Thought, ever the one to help, immediately went after Scav and was just fucking wonderful. Because Scav has been pen pals and a little troubled by Victor, the old Dreadlord, and Thought basically just starts walking up to him, effectively saying, "No, this is my bitch." Possibly confusing the Dreadlord. And Thought's final act in that audience was to spray holy water on his leg, and that's when Scav got to find out how Thought dispenses his holy water. So, needless to say, old Victor was a little pissed. And then broke up with Scav via text message, or at least the in-game equivalent thereof. And I'll be honest, I was laughing so fucking hard after that, I don't remember what came next.
Ah, okay. All right. Nikolai. Cackle Mouse.
Yeah, yeah, that was pretty funny actually. So yeah, Nikolai just went to visit the gnomish priest at the temple. Saw that the priest that normally manages that temple was being harangued by Thought pretty badly, and thought of a way to get him off the out of her hair for a little bit by intending to basically tell him about the problems that Scabbard is having with this dread lord, and the thoughts of maybe like just go talk to him, offer him your wisdom on how to strengthen his bonds with his god so he can get through this. But apparently, simply saying the word haunted made him think of a incredibly urgent situation and immediately go without any further questions and exercise the horror kobold. So that was funny. But Nikolai learned some of about the little dilemma that he was worried about with regards to the names of the god that he is kind of following, and most of the gnomes follow. Pretty much not a big deal. And then was able to get some insight from Audrey after assuming the responsibility of the arbiter between Cog and Tim when he was just trying to help out, but now he's the arbiter between them. So great. About the problems that they're having. Saw in the contract, essentially after working with Millum to review the contract a little bit, that reality Cog doesn't have domain over Tim, but is still exercising that power over her. So now I need to figure out a way to prevent that without making an enemy of a gnome. So that's the complication Nikolai's dealing with. That's about all he got up to that I can recall. Yeah, Nikolai was doing a lot of freaking political bullshit. That's about it. That's all I can recall.
All right. Cayenne.
Diane spent most of her time with Lomion. Essentially, she was given a scroll by him as a wedding gift to where her and whoever she decides to bring with her to the Feywild get to ask a Sphinx a limited number of questions that will show them true answers through the fabric of time. She was given this gift whenever Lomion took her to basically the end of the astral sea for a picnic after they had gone to the Druid Circle where Cayenne got to see Lomion angry for the first time. All because of her dad. She also found out that she's going to have to choose between the brothers who's going to get to fight Lomion to give her away. Also got to have a lovely talk between Alufa and Osling as to who was going to take the role of all noble responsibilities, while the other is going to essentially take Father's godly throne. which we didn't get into too deep of a discussion outside of Cayenne hearing Osling and Alufa saying that if Osling were to take the throne, Alufa would just stay here. Cayenne tried to basically mitigate the situation by saying that Lomion essentially had told her in their talks that if Cayenne were to take the throne, he would be with her wherever she went. So she tried to use that as an example as to Cayenne believed that Alufa wouldn't have to separate herself from Osling and would be able to be wherever she wanted. And then she spoke about how their aunt, Osile, very often would make herself be around the common folk just to visit with them and celebrate with them. Just kind of idle chit chat. Cayenne did visit the Goblin Row in disguise and found that they did a very rudimentary statue of the Cayenne holding up basically a goblin child, and it was decorated in handprints, which now the Goblin Row gets Osling and Cayenne. They think of them as essentially the same person because they can't tell them apart because twins. Cayenne did find out about the exorcism. I don't believe she found out about the thing with Coin and Mongo. What was talked
Nope.
about there.
Not yet.
Um,
You got to go meet all your pets again.
yes, I did get to see my birds, who were very, very happy to see me. The baby decided they wanted to give a loving chomp to the ankle and found out that the baby liked to go around and try to cull the local feral cat population
And children.
and children because it doesn't really properly go hunting for prey otherwise. So that's definitely on the list. Found out that Lancelot is a lot more nightmare fuel than before. Has more of the appearance of a vampire squid, but is able to turn invisible now.
That's right. The hand
Blip and Blop can full on now actually flashbang people in the worst possible way.
Literal flashbangs.
Mm-hmm.
And Ralph is basically a walking gas nuke.
Yep. And that's about it for that I remember for now. It was mostly just everyone talking. Cayenne did share the knowledge of the scroll with everyone. And now Cayenne has to make arrangements on who's going to officiate and who's going to fight.
Oh, choices for Cayenne to make.
Mhm.
With that, jumping into tonight's session, we're going to go ahead and scurry around a little bit. Scavard, you find yourself standing in a room, and there's a Dragonborn there and a few others, and they're adjusting your garb and making sure that it's proper, and the paranoia is running rampant in your mind because you've been summoned by the actual royal family for review, not just an advisor, not anyone else.
Oh no. Okay. Best behavior.
And you've been summoned before the king and queen and their advisors in the actual closed court. And you're just basically getting adjusted for that meeting, and Kippa's already informed you on how to behave. Yes, sir. No, sir. And that you are a privileged guest here, but you have a place. And you are to observe that place and not speak out of turn. Eventually, Sir Mir comes back to this room. And he walks in, and he's in his full, his Essencrest regalia. He, not his normal, more relaxed. It's cumbersome for him to even move in, but he can manage. You know, pieces of this are going to go flying off in different directions if he has to fight. It's a very cumbersome armor. And he looks at you, and he just nods for you to follow, and he turns and heads to the door.
I will do so.
And you walk down this long hallway with many pillars and portraits of previous rulers. You're familiar with them. You've been educated on the rulers of Essencrest. And eventually these large double doors open, and you see the battle mages and knights that you've seen before. The inner circle, basically, of Royal Guard. And you see the captain of the guard is in this room as well. And you head into this large circular room with this massive dome above you with the chandeliers hanging. And the lights on them look like stars almost, constellations that they observe. You've never seen this elegant room before. You can see above as you raise your head ever so slightly, because you know not to raise your head too high, that you can see points where there's probably mages and archers, that you're essentially walking into a guaranteed kill box if you are to attack the nobles. And you're guided to the very middle of this room where there is a podium, and Kippa is already there. Mongo hears a disturbance in the force. And
That's Sunny complaining about the situation.
and you're free to stand at the podium, and Sir Mir steps off to the side.
Respectfully, I will approach.
And you see the king there and the queen there. And the king steps up from his seat, walks down. Let me find something really quick. It's information I need. Why are you being a pain in the ass today? Okay, I have this info. Now I can't find it. There you go.
The note box being salty.
Hmm?
Is the note box being salty?
Oh, it's always salty.
Quick, yell at it. Outsalt the salt.
Dude. There are so many fucking notes I have. And the king, he takes a few steps down, and he's got this beautiful beard and this absolutely stunning platinum armor, and you can see the chain on underneath the armor. And you can tell that it's probably more for a show. He doesn't carry himself like someone that carries a sword or a spear or any sort of weapon. That they've put him into this armor basically as a show of force. Then he walks over, and as he draws closer to you, you look at him, and from your travels, it's very easy to see that his demeanor, his facial structure, and such like that. He's older, but you can tell that he spends a lot of time, more or less, reading paperwork and scrolls, not actually being on a battlefield. That there's a stark difference from those that experience combat and those that experience being behind a desk the whole time. And he comes over to you and steps up to the podium. And he reaches out and he just grabs you by your jaw and he kind of turns your head and he's like, oh. And he just pats you on the head very gently, messing up some of the headdress that the servants took hours to perfect at this point. Like, it's like this headdress that Cayenne helped design with feathers and such, and they took hours to sort them out so they looked absolutely perfect for like the most appealing, and he just messed it up.
Okay.
And he takes a step back and he looks over at Kippa and he's like, this is your example of a king. Or emperor. This is what you have chosen to help you rule. And Kippa looks over and she's like, yes, he is a gemstone kobold. And he just looks at her and he's like, and he kind of just like rolls his jaw a little bit and looks at you, and those beady eyes are looking at you, and he adjusts his glasses and he's just looking at you up and down. He's like, he looks back at his wife and she's sitting there very prim and proper, both her hands resting in her lap, and he's like, oh, what do you make of this gemstone kobold? And she's like, oh, it's delightfully pretty. Lady Kippa, why don't you explain to us the importance of him? And Kippa's like, well, first of all, he's the emperor, and if I am to fall, he is to take my place. Second of all, as we've discussed in private, that kobolds are not to be considered lesser than dragons. According to the evidence provided to the courts in other situations, and the rulings that I have put forth, that we are simply small dragons and nothing less. And the king looks over. Right, dragons. I keep forgetting the place that you have filed. He looks back over it. He's like, awfully short for a dragon. He comes back over and he puts his hand on your shoulder and he looks at you up and down. He's like, perhaps you're a runt? Oh, maybe.
Just not saying anything.
He's like, how well you wield a sword.
As well as I need to, sir.
He looks over at Kippa, and you can tell they're exchanging something, that there's an unseen noble language between them that you're not privy to. And he's like, so if you happen to be assassinated, we are to do business with your heir, which is him. And she's like, that's correct. And he turns back to you and he's like, and you agree to give up your child for marriage with one of our children to tie our binds?
I am.
And he walks back over to the his throne, and he goes between the two seats. There's a small gap there, and you hear him like rummaging around for something. You hear like a basket of some sort open, and he's rummaging around. And he comes over, and he's a bit. You can see that pristineness of him is kind of like a little bit of more jovial now. And he walks over and he looks at Sir Mir and he's like, give me that. And Sir Mir just like pulls out his blade that you've seen in his most trusty blade. And he turns it and offers to the king. And the king takes it and he's like, I saw this trick once. A dwarven noble showed me it. And you realize what he's going to do. He has a bottle of wine and he's going to try and saber it.
Oh, fuck.
And the queen is like, oh, you're doing a party trick. Oh, I love party tricks. And
Sorry, kitty.
and you're watching, and Kippa's looking over like, sir, I don't mean to speak out of place. Have you been educated in such a party trick? And the king turns around and is like, of course not, but I believe I have the dexterity to do such a party trick. And you can see this, he's trying to hold the sword, but the sword's too much weight for him.
Have I seen this done before?
No, you haven't.
So much could go wrong with this, man.
And Kip was like, I know it may sound out of place, but perhaps to bind our families closer together, my husband Scavard could help you with that. And he's like, huh, sure. Boy, come over and make yourself useful.
We'll approach.
And you're able to approach and basically stand at his side to help him hold the blade up. And you can tell how badly he's like holding way up on the actual like pommel of the blade. And like almost like weirdly holding it, not properly holding it.
We'll go ahead and grab hold of parts supposed to be held and readjust it to the proper alignments.
Roll a dexterity. This is going to be fucking loud.
That is a 19.
Okay, I also need you to make a reaction.
Oh, like a save?
Yeah.
Okay. Good at those. 17. That's a 24.
Okay. So you're lined up with the king of Essencrest, and he's like, "Oh, all right." He's looking at you, and he's like adjusting himself, and he's holding the bottle, and he's even holding the bottle wrong. You're like,
Just the bottle.
the paranoia is starting to sink into you of like, oh, if this goes wrong there, I'm gonna get blamed for this. And you guide his hand, but he hits the thing slightly off, and it breaks, and it startles him, the loud explosion from the cap exploding. And the sword nearly goes flying up at an angle, and you catch it, and then you see him go flying off in a direction to hit the ground, and you move and you catch him, you keep him from falling. You're just like,
Are you okay, sir?
he's like, oh, you're a quick one, aren't you?
Help him up.
And you can tell most of all he's wearing is basically like he's rather frail in that armor. Like he's like, oh, hey, and he grabs a glass and he pours you a glass of it. And he's like, drink up.
Uh-oh. I'm
Did
sure
get
they
the good
already
stuff, or
know.
Did they skip out?
I'm sure they know, so I will.
Yeah. This alcohol is unlike anything you've had before, and you're like, my God, this is what they drink. You're like, that bottle's been sitting in our winery for 3 generations now, given to some sort of elven noble. It's not of importance, but we're enjoying it now. And you're realizing that that this bottle, as you're looking at it, you're like, this poor fucking bottle is probably worth more than some people's lives. That the bottle is like a crystal, and it's like interwound with like beautiful elven mithril wire with like leaves that are made of gold on it, and the cap itself is like this really fine, beautiful white wood.
Bottle's probably more expensive than some townies.
And you're just like, this bottle just got fucking ruined.
Pain.
And he goes over and hands the sword back to Sir Mir, and you can see Sir Mir is standing there, and he's like, and he motions to someone. He's like, oh, wait, we need to officiate some stuff. And he takes a drink of the alcohol, and he's like, oh, that's good. And he walks over, and he just looks at his wife, and she's like, and he just hands her the bottle, and She pours a glass and she drinks it very deeply. And a servant comes out and brings out some paperwork to be agreed upon and for you to sign, essentially.
Go over and review it and see what it all says and sign.
It's essentially what Kippa had prepped you on. It's the agreement for you. It's the agreement that she's already signed it and contracted to bind basically the families together.
Then I will sign.
That if the worst comes to worst and you decide to separate ways from Essencrest, it is a declaration of war. And you resign all resources that you have in Essencrest or their allies to Essencrest.
Yeah, I will sign it. No hesitation.
And you see one of the princesses. She's like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna have to marry a fucking lizard." And her brother's just like, "Shut up." And you can see Kippa. She's keeping her posture. She's like a statue standing there, like this isn't even phasing her, or even the snarky comments from the kids. And he's like, "All right, now the business is done. We can do the fun part. Food, yes." And some bards come in and they start playing instruments, and one of them's like, King, may I sing a little song about the events just occurred?" And you're like, "Oh no." And it starts basically recounting it as a very comedic story, making you more of the fool of the story and the king more heroic.
I will go ahead and go along with it. I mean,
Yeah.
it looks good to be humble.
You're like, but inside you're just like, fuck.
Does Scav know the meaning of the word?
It does to an extent.
Yeah. It's best to entertain the king than to be on the king's bad side.
Yep.
Mongo, you find yourself in the bar with Coin. She's managed to pull you away from everything in private, and it's down in like the lower section of the city. And she's like, and she's sitting there with her cup, and she's just taking a small drink, and she's like, "Mongo, we're not breaking your father's heart."
Yeah, at this point, I don't. I just don't know what to do with them. After years of solitary confinement and constant torture, it's just like eventually he'll find his way.
She sets down her cup and she turns towards you. She's sitting on like a stool, and you're sitting next to her, and the barkeep is just walking back and forth. And occasionally, checking your drinks. We'll reach over, grab your glass, check it, set it back down. Make sure, see if you need a refill. Music is playing in the background. It's later in the afternoon, so there's really not a lot of activity in the bar yet. Nobody's come home from the fields or other jobs that they have to attend to. A lot of boats aren't coming in right now. It's more of a quiet season. And she's just simply looks at you, resting her elbow on the wood, and she's like, "We make a deal. If your dad demands that we take this any further, we go along with it. We don't break his heart, but we keep it strictly professional." Sound fair?
Mongo remembering the words of an old play that he saw a long time ago. Possibly back in what would be equivalent to the 80s.
Oh my god.
You'll just look right at her as you wish.
And she just froze her nose a little bit, and it's kind of like this adorable thing you've never seen her do. And she takes a drink, and she's like, "It's gonna be awkward. Because I walked in the house, and he was talking to Sonny about how he wants to officiate the wedding."
Cayenne and Lumi?
No,
Oh.
no.
Oh.
He's so excited about the prospect that, oh,
Oh. Oh.
and he keeps asking about if she's going to find someone too. You know the typical parents things.
Oh God.
You know, my mother, when we had that talk, she's like, oh, Coin, dearie, you're a bard. You're very bardic. You know, you'll know the one when you just fuck the right one. And I looked at my mother and went, Mother! And she's like, you're a bard. I swear, I'm not that kind of bard. I'm the kind that drinks and finds out information, not the kind that your father.
Yeah. I already know too much about some of his methods of getting information. Never thought I'd use that euphemism, but fuck, here we are.
I never want him to meet my brother.
Oh God.
Those two drunk, sharing stories at a bar.
Might become a bard off that you're not interested in watching.
Oh Christ, no. Oh God. Fuck, I don't even know how to do the relationship thing. Now I have to figure out how to do the married life thing.
Well, we aren't to that point yet, but it was in passing. Oh,
All the things I've tried to research. I don't know even where to fucking start with this.
right. Wait until my mother hears about it, and she's like, "Oh, you're in a relationship. I'm so glad." She just pats you on the shoulder. She's like, "It's okay. Breathe, breathe."
Just out of curiosity, she doesn't wear a lot of feathers, does she?
No,
Oh, thank God, that's not the scariest thing on the face of the planet.
you have a fear of birds. Like, what's has done? Okay,
Every fucking time
Bongos.
we come across something in feathers, they try to bite, stab. One of Cayenne's fucking birds fucking went right through my collarbone. All because I accidentally gave Cayenne the equivalent of a fucking paper cut. And then that fucking goose.
wait. Goose.
Oh, yeah. Demon
She was,
goose.
but as you like do that, you look over and she's already gonna scroll out and she's already writing down notes.
Go.
All right. So Scab, in his infinite wisdom, and well, let's
Did
be
that
honest,
hurt Say's?
the sarcasm? No, that never hurts. Look, his heart was in the right place. His head was securely up his ass. So another day that ends in Y.
Damn.
Offered to help a town who was being plagued by what he thought was just a mischievous goose playing some sort of untitled game of some kind.
Wait, hold on. I heard from another bard that there was some sort of goose out in another region that was causing mischief and suddenly just vanished from the face of the planet.
Well, if it was the same area, that might have been us. But yeah, it wasn't just like, ooh, cheeky, mischievous fun. Yeah, it was a fucking demon.
And she makes a note of this and she's like, a goose?
Demon goose, yeah.
A goose that's become a demon.
Apparently it got a little too close to some of the ley lines. Said, no, fuck you, I'm not dying. Absorbed all the fucking energy. And every adventuring party that went after it, it just sort of every attack that was used against it, whether it be magical, punching, or kicking, it then learned how to do and actually kicked Feisty of all people, like fucking like 20 feet away.
Oh, also, what's the deals with her new look? It's beautiful, but
Oh yeah, apparently that's like her natural form.
she pulls out a separate scroll, makes a few notes.
Yeah. We went about the goose thing in the worst way fucking possible. Zero kind of plan, zero fucking teamwork. And this fucking feathered fuckwit just about killed Feisty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she basically, after the fight, Cayenne and I found her, and she basically just went into a cave to curl up and die.
Wow.
All of us deciding no. That's the whole reason why we went to the fucking Astral Sea. Is Cayenne, I forget how, got some kind of vision of she had to plant like a forest with a seed. We all had to take Feisty into the basic pond, and Cayenne had to baptize her, but of course, we got a shit couldn't go fucking smoothly because I don't know, the universe fucking hates us or some shit. A reanimated sort of spectral form of the cloak wearer decided to, that's the time that they wanted to be a fucking dick and try to kill everyone. So Cayenne took Feisty to the pool to baptize, while Scav, Nikolai, Ace, and myself tried to aggressively show our disapproval and re-kill the bastard.
You just went on a little jaunts to just have all sorts of funs, didn't you? Wow.
And then after that, we found a house with my father. Oh, which by the way, I don't know if I mentioned, but Corin's husband got rid of it.
Well, that was nice of him. Oh,
Very.
other fun news. I've successfully have planned out the bachelorette party for Cayenne. I've rented a tavern. Oh, and we have about 30 kegs of ale on standby.
Are you sure 30 is going to be enough?
That's why I have an extra 60 on standby
Oh.
from my own private reserve.
I'm sorry, you have 60
What?
in reserve, all stashed away in your own little.
Oh, so you don't know that's about me. It's that I'm an entrepreneur in the brews. I have a few peoples that works for me that create alcohols and spirits. Well, she kind of rummages around in her pockets and she pulls something out and she slides it over to you. And it almost looks like silver glitter spinning around in this almost glowing green liquid.
Yeah, I'll take a close. This is her calling card.
That's that's special. That's one of my special brews for select clientels. Go ahead, look at it.
Yeah,
Arcana and investigation.
holy shit. Natural 20 on Arcana.
Hey,
Of course, investigation has to go almost the opposite direction. 15.
that's not bad at all. The natural 20 is amazing. No.
Yeah, how often do I fucking roll those?
So you're looking at this liquid and you can almost feel the arcane vibrations from it. You realize this is an enchanted brew of some sort. And that you're looking at it, and you pull out your book really quick, and you're kind of like checking your notes as you're looking at it. And she's just sitting there, just kind of swirling her drink, just kind of drinking it casually to let you do your thing, you know. Her eyes just kind of looking over the edge of the glass, like a very like watchful cat, you know, like when a cat's walking at you over an edge. And you can tell that she's just curious about your reaction. And she's handed over something to you that would be very useful in combat. It you would ingest this and then swish it around in your mouth and then spew it at somebody, and it would invoke the spell of color spray. That you're now realizing that Coin has a entrepreneurship in enchanted drinks.
It's actually what manga was basically going to be getting into. I didn't realize I sent you my to-do list, but I did show it to you. Okay.
Tom just broke.
Yeah. It, so I didn't know stuff like this was really possible.
It hasn't been possible before, but someone entrepreneured how to formulate magical brews, and it's kind of just become a thing among wizards and bards and it's the god of Damiaru who takes credit for it, but who's to argue with a god?
I can't tell if that's rhetorical or not.
The guy did it.
Take it. That one's yours.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
Oh, there's, you can tell by the drink, the actual thing, there's 4 basically uses in it. She's like, if you take it all at once, you kind of, it doesn't settle well. But it creates another spell, color barf. It's an AoE kind of mess.
AoE kind of mess. A little more than a spray, huh?
Oh, colorful projectile vomiting. All in potion form.
Yeah.
So you're able to sit with Coin and talk to her a little bit about that side of her business that you knew nothing about.
Yeah.
That's one of her actual, like, she doesn't know a lot about it, but she oversees a lot of it, giving insight and such of things that she's picked up knowledge wise. Tom's like, holy shit. Cayenne, you find yourself hanging out with your sister, walking through the wintry wheat fields that are rather barren. They've switched over to more hardy vegetables for the winter time. And she looks over at you, and she's walking with you, and it's a bit of a colder day where you can actually see your breath a little bit, so you have a coat on. Something to keep your pinky skin warm.
I'm pretty sure that Osling's fur is a lot fluffier than Cayenne's, considering the last time we were here, it would essentially be when they would have summer coats. So
Yeah. Sure.
Cayenne is a lot more bundled up.
I would think so.
I didn't have a chance to adjust.
You're like, fuck. And you basically dragged her out here so you guys could talk one-on-one, and away from all the noise of the city and other people and engagements and such.
Going to look at Osling's light and say, we have a big decision on our shoulders.
Yeah.
I just want to know how you're taking this sudden just drop of news.
She fusses with the front of her jacket, adjusting it a little bit. You recognize this is like some of the habits that you sometimes get when you're nervous. You'll start fidgeting with stuff on your garb, and she does the exact same thing. You can totally tell she's your twin sister in this sense. And she looks over and she's like, "Look, I've had to learn to do what needs to be done for all of us, and I'm willing to just simply do what needs to be done. And I'm willing to take the throne so that you don't have to leave here."
I understand this, but you shouldn't have to make such hard and heavy decisions on your own. I am your sister, after all. I can always help.
And she nods and she's like, I know. And you're here and you've been gone for 8 months, and I've had to learn how to kind of walk among the pillars of nobility. Some of them being dwarven, some of them being dwarfen. And it's been a very impactful change on how I look at the world. Some of it not for the better, and some nobility needs to really find the bottom of a mud pit and drowned. But you now have literally Lumion that wants to marry you, and me and Alufa have discussed that if I have to take the position, I will take it.
I just don't want you or Alufa to have any unneeded stress to your lives, because I have seen how Alufa has changed you from how we first met. You've opened a lot more. You've grown as a person. And it actually makes me happy to see. I just still cannot wrap my head around the fact that we were only gone for a few days, but the time is so different in the astral sea.
It was a long time, and she looks over. She's like, Lufa actually dragged me to the Druid Flower Festival for the Fae people. I've never worn so many bright colors in my life. Flowers, leaves, decorations.
I could see Osling wearing like the brightest color she would wear would be like blue, green, or purple.
Oh, it was like almost like what is it? She's essentially wearing a centaur equivalent of a ink spot type of tie-dye kind of like floral colors.
She was all the colors.
So basically, like if you were to do like black and white tie dye with flashes of color here and there.
Yeah, really vibrant. And Osling just kind of like shuffles around a little bit, kind of uncertain. She's like, is the part that you don't know about, and you know how important it is in your culture of druids. We actually exchanged headdresses as a promise. Yeah.
I wished I had been here for all of this.
Well,
But it was so important what we were doing to save Feisty that if we hadn't have done what we had done, Feisty wouldn't be here with us anymore. And I don't think anyone involved in her life would have been able to get over that.
I think I would have found some way to kill whoever was responsible. I would start with Scabbard. As much as it would pain Kippa to lose her mate, I would start with Scabbard. And Scabbard's like, oh shit.
You fucking know she could do it too.
I think if that were to happen, it would be like a repeat of a of goblin pieces burying itself. Except in this case, it would be Scab.
He's dead and burying himself.
That were then raises the question: could Nikolai RoboCop him?
The world doesn't deserve that evil. It's gonna be like the RoboCops that failed, where they just commit suicide. Scabbard would be like, "I don't understand," and kills himself.
Be like that one where he takes the helmet off and just falls over dead.
Osling looks over at you, and she's like, "And you have grown as well as a person with your leadership. And look, you've done 2 of the druid tests already."
Yeah, the most recent one was definitely a bit more nightmare fuelish. I was extremely confused on whether I was being tested or not. I thought I was having hallucinations
Oh, that sounds
when it
delightful.
turns out, yeah. But I did get a question answered as a graduation present from the astral druid. Now
was
I'm
that?
wondering what circle is going to be next, and is this going to be nightmare fuel, or is this going to be more physical pain?
Well, it could be metaphysical.
There is good news to share with you.
Well, you're not dead, so that's great news.
It looks like we won't have to follow in our parents' footsteps and visit the Lord of Dread anymore. Thanks to Fott.
What?
Long story short, Scav unknowingly accepted an invitation
A case in
to.
point at his low intelligence. I swear, if we were on a scale of 1 to 20, it's probably about an 8.
Unknowingly accepted an invitation to the Dreadlord's plane of existence via his own blood signature. Apparently, he rolled over and ended up stabbing himself with a knife or something along those lines.
How? Don't answer that. It's him.
Apparently, Fott is really good at exorcisms. because apparently, Fought single-handedly left a poor taste in the Dreadlord's mouth, who basically apparently broke up with Scab via, I guess, telepathic message.
Oh, it was a letter. It was an actual letter that burst into flames. Broken up via text message. The text message deleted itself.
Don't even get the frame or breakup. No.
This letter was self-destructing. T minus.
Now.
You do know that Fought is teaching the goblins in Goblin Row and about their gods and how to properly worship them. That includes the Cayenne.
I witnessed their statue, and I briefly heard Fought's mention of the Cayenne. I did not think that my act of kindness would go this far.
She gets close to you and she takes off one of the cloaks that she's wearing and puts it over you. And she pauses for me. She's like, "That's a beautiful blanket you have."
Oh, it was our father's.
Huh. He was much bigger than I thought.
He was a giant. But then again, that's to be expected, being the literal son, being the son of the literal all-father of all giants. Apparently he can predict, apparently our grandfather can predict the weather based off the length of his beard.
That's a strange superpower.
I thought it was pretty interesting. I do know that I would like to speak to him at some point, but from what our Aunt O'Seal said, is he's a very grouchy, grumpy old man.
Based off of what I know between both of us and what we're like, I can understand that.
I'm also really curious of grandmother too. Considering she's the cosmos.
What? Wait, what? Hold on. You're saying that Grandpa literally decided, one bright idea, no pun intended, that, I'm just going to fuck the cosmos and see what happens.
From what I was told, that's essentially it.
Great, great. Our family is basically cosmic bards.
Apparently, our grandmother was in the shape of a unicorn.
Oh, whoa, hold on here. You're meaning Grandpa saw a unicorn and said, I really want to do something with that. Like, how much ale did he have to decide, that unicorn really looks like it needs a piece of me? I don't really want to know. I don't want to ask him. I really don't want to know the details of that cosmic choice.
I don't want to know any further details outside of getting to know them and letting them know who I am. That's about it. I don't need details at all. I mean, the trip to the Astral Sea was wonderful. We found an area in the forest I created from an astral seed.
Which is still mind-blowingly interesting and
I had no idea that astral seeds were as rare and as hard to come by as the one I was able to pull from a pouch that I have.
Well,
I am glad, however, that I did ask about astral dragons before we left to go there.
see, you're becoming a wonderful leader. Oh, that reminds me of leadership. Coin has fully organized your bachelorette party.
Oh,
Rumor has it she's rented out an entire tavern for the weekend.
well, that's gonna be fun. Coin is always such a delight to be around, though.
I heard among the nobles that she leans in that Coin and Bongo are a thing.
It's already
was wa-
rumors. Damn.
I was waiting for when this would happen.
Perhaps we should buy them a gift.
That would be a really, really good idea. I just wouldn't know what.
Huh. Well, I mean, they're both. She likes alcohol, he likes potions. Why not talk to Poltz and find out some sort of like potion making gift?
Hmm.
Have you decided
Actually,
who's
really,
going to fight your future husband?
that's a really hard decision. Like, I had been racking my brain of who, and then I just keep getting like a vision of all three, Scav, Nikolai, and Mongo going against him, but then I'm like, is that overkill?
It's Lumion.
Very true. He does he does still have his original abilities, just he gave up his physical appearance for the one he chose to walk about town normally. Because apparently people are shallow and they're terrified of beholders, which I find ridiculous.
Beholders have a history of being absolutely monstrous and destroying entire civilizations in their vein. And not many of them have ever tried to course correct this, so it's completely understandable from their point of view, as shallow as it might be.
It is understandable, but he has a long-standing reputation, and I'm sure people who have spoken to him in his original form would at least be able to know who he is by this point.
There's some circles of people that refer to him as a terror or a scourge or the demon who trades words for favors, you know. But as an information broker, he has to do what is needed to keep information going. And I've approached him while you were gone because he wanted to, you know, court you. And I threatened his life that I would basically dismember him and send his boxes to the farthest reaches of all the different planes. That's a different argument. Uh, However, he tries to distribute and trade information fairly. He will only do it in a very dark way if he has to. It's quite interesting. As a what he formerly was and what he is now, he's not short on wealth to be able to just outright purchase information. And coin, not the fuzzy little one, the actual coin, speaks a lot to most people.
I can only imagine how Coin is going to react when she finds out what we have gotten into.
Oh, I'm sure she's going to write many stories about it.
It's not just the impending ceremony, but it's also the fact we had to fight a goose that I told you about.
Right, the goose. I had to
Yeah,
drink
the
after you told me about that because it's unbelievable.
yeah, the absolute just abomination of a goose that literally caused Feisty to crawl off on her own and, well, die.
I tell you, I will start with Scabbard. He's not hard to find.
And she is all well and good. I can assure you, she's just not the same as you had met before.
Well, there is the upcoming barbecue festival of the different races. There are so many people speaking of it. They're wondering who this officiate is, this lady that will oversee it. They've been their spy networks trying to find out who it is, and none of them are turning up anything for obvious reasons.
I'm just more curious as to how they're going to react to the judge being a displacer griffin.
That's going to be interesting. And the fact that she's nobility and they can't do anything about it.
Exactly. And she can speak as freely as she wants when she wants. When she was reborn from the successful baptism, she's given free will to choose to do as she pleases until she is called off to basically her true calling.
Oh, well, that's good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, that true calling does not do anything ill of her.
I don't think it would be. She's done nothing but right by everybody. She is fiercely loyal to those that love her and those that she loves. She's as much as a sister to everyone in this party as you and Sunny and
Sunny's
Millimar.
become quite a wizard.
I noticed how ornate her robes are, and she she did tell me about the birds, and she did tell me that her flower bloomed that I gave her.
Yes, Sunny Day. And Day is doing quite well. Lives in her hat. She's conjured up a spell where she can go into her hat and it's essentially a portable apartment. It's fascinatingly terrifying.
That's actually very interesting and useful.
Yes, according to whatever mumbo jumbo that she talks about, she's a 6th-year wizard by technicality.
That's awesome.
Oh, and Kippa is terrifying. Don't ever get into a word fight with her.
With Kippa or with Sunny?
Kippa, she's read every book in the city.
Yeah, I had heard that.
Lumion's had to call in favors, and he's opened his private collection to her.
I never expected Kippa to love books that much.
Not just
But
books,
I
it's
don't.
stories and parchments and other things. Like, she is a walking compendium of information.
Like, I knew she loved to read, but I didn't know to what extent. But I also don't know her lineage if her reading finesse is anything like out of the ordinary.
Speaking of out of the ordinary, going back to Coin, she started working on something of a huge gift for the entire family. Uh, she's often privy to conversations that are open to her as part of our court. And she's actually compiling all the stories of the original Obscura together into what she refers to as Volume 1 of the Obscura. Is it not to put any dire things in the air, but the things that you are doing are going into Volume 2 of the Obscura.
That will be a fun read for generations in the future. For sure.
So, I think we're just making history at this point. That's odd. I hope our grandchildren don't look at us and go, our parents were terrible people.
That's why we're going to strive to not not be tempted into the same downfalls that our parents were tempted into. Especially our father and us not being as selfish as our mother.
Just a heads up, Lumion does want a conversation with all of you. You, Nikolai, Scabbard, Mongo together regarding some information he's come across. I don't know of the details. I'm not going to pry because it's Lumion. But anyway, let's get to getting that gift for Mongo and Coin so that we can celebrate them.
Yes.
And Tom's like, fuck. On to you, Nikolai.
Oh God. Okay, let's first get that meeting with Kippa.
Actually, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
This is over the course of a few days.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question about that actually, because I'm working on a gift for Cayenne and Lumion,
Mm-hmm.
and want to know how much progress would I be able to put onto it with as much time as we have.
You can take as much time as you need here, an emperor.
Cool. I will send you what I'm making for them.
Do an insight. Actually, do a history for me.
History?
Yes.
5. Insights. Not much better. 6.
So you're doing woodworking, right?
Woodworking and leatherworking.
So this wood that you picked up in the marketplace that you're working on this gift, you're sitting there and you're trying to work with it, and it's almost like working with wet Play-Doh with how soft it is.
I did want to do something, but I'll wait until after that's done.
Yep. But that's what that was for. You're like trying to carve it, and it's like messing with wet Play-Doh.
I'll send you
Terrible
what
wood.
I'm working on.
It's actually a special kind of wood that's used as essentially a filler between boats to solidify.
Oh, okay.
It can be mixed with herbs or like honey or something,
Mhm.
or even oils to basically harden it in between cracks and such
Mhm.
too.
It's a weird plant. Grow like that.
It's a wood. It's a wood that's native to the campaign world.
It's interesting.
So you're having that meeting with Kippa,
Yeah.
and she's in her usual like. It's kind of intimidating being around Kippa because she's in that regal kind of attire, where she's dressed up and she's like sitting there properly, and she's like, Nikolai,
Yes. How are you today?
I'm well. I'm well. I'm dealing with the nobility things that I have to deal with.
Yes, I understand. Thank you for the time.
And you're seeing like she has like a bunch of books there, and she kind of opens a book and she's like, I'm paying attention, but I'm also reading.
I understand. So, what was the gnome's name that was our like Nikolai's assigned? That's his name.
Shit,
I forgot it.
you should have that. God damn it. Da, 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 da.
I don't think I don't remember
Let's see.
seeing it in my notes, but I remember writing it down, which is disappointing.
I'm pretty sure someone has that.
But anyways, we'll call her. Hold on.
She had an actual name. Now I
Yeah,
can't
I
find
know.
it.
I just can't see it in my notes without like starting from the beginning and
Anyway, she gives you.
Prairie. That's her name.
Yeah.
Lady Prairie. Okay,
There we
so
go.
Lady Prairie and Nolan both helped me look at the agreement between Essencrest and Lamar.
The contractual agreement that was drafted up in relation to the Maw joining the fleet
Yes.
under a extended contract.
Yes. Not so much any problem with what is in there that I saw, except there is a firm disagreement and an insistence upon a party or from a party that they have the ability to dictate what one does to their ship. I understand the position that Cog has for the fleet, but she is throwing her weight around with them all, and I don't think that she should be able to do that. And I'm wondering, and I'm trying to figure out a way to gracefully tell her to fuck off without hurting our relationships, because she's insisting to control what Tim does on.
This is easy to resolve, Nikolai.
Refuse to acknowledge
Stop
the
talking.
wordage.
This is easy to resolve.
Yes.
I will handle it. It will be handled by tomorrow. Well, it will be handled tomorrow because it's later in the afternoon and I have to do work. And she reaches over and she pulls over a contract, and you can see it's like this really nice parchment.
Mhm.
And she starts writing on it, and she pulls out a few other pieces of parchment and slides her book aside very gently. And you can see her just drafting this amendum to the contract before you very easily, making reference points in her own notes, and you're just like, holy shit, she can just write full-on contracts as an empress. And you're seeing how directly involved, unlike, other nobility,
Mhm.
that she is with the leadership of her position. That she doesn't have others drafting up certain contracts for her, that she's willing to just sit down and draft those up.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts? How's that going to go?
I recommend that you avoid being at the docks. This kind of... the understanding of this is, Nikolai, that Cog is the headmaster, essentially, of all the ships.
Or your fleet. Or the fleet of
Yes.
Escrest, I understand.
And not Essencrest. Well, yes, Essencrest. Sorry. She's there to basically outfit them, make sure everything is working properly, make sure all the engineers among the ships are actually working in unison to make sure that the fleet is ready.
Uh-huh. Don't disagree with that.
Anything that comes on board to that fleet is automatically under her agreement, whether it be an extended contract.
Mm.
They're to be outfitted as such to be fit for combat underneath whoever is captaining the ship or the head of the fleet.
Mm-hmm.
And in that sense, she's in the right about having rule over the ship. The engineer is simply supposed to step in line and accept the ruling. However, the difference being there is that the Maw is a specialized contractual ship.
Mm-hmm.
It is to be your ship to carry out the task that I set before you. And she looks at her notes, and you have an argument here that you would like to state. We'll get to that in a moment. And in that sense, that she does not have actual control over that ship that stays with is that engineer of the ship. But they are free to use their resources, which will upset Cog, to better outfit the ship as they see fit.
Okay. It's good.
Simply what I'm writing up is a way to bluntly say that, and I know I'm going to get complaints from Cog, that I've instituted her in this position of power and that she should have absolute over that, but however, this is a different kind of situation. Being her boss and such, I have privilege to say, no, this is how it is.
Okay.
I will invite her to my office and I will have a personal conversation with her if she decides to argue that.
Okay. Because my concern is souring the agreement to the point where we don't get the necessary cooperation that we need. I want her to be happy with the decision. So what I was looking for is a way to eloquently reward the contract or point out a misunderstanding that she has. I don't like the idea personally of just changing the contract on her and forcing capitulation.
Oh, this isn't a change to the contract, Nikolai. This is a clarification of the contract.
Okay, good. That's what I was looking for, a clarification.
The contract was simply a base form of a contract that is used for these sorts of situations. A template, as you would.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you're familiar with those, being an artificer and all.
Yes.
Good. That was simply a template that I am actually course correcting and making adjustments on.
Okay.
As a gnome, they should understand that.
Yes.
And if they don't, again, they will be invited to my office and I will have words with them.
Very good. Yeah, so,
I know Cog superiors.
very well. Oh yeah. You're the king and the queen of this nation.
Oh, it's not the king and queen. It's those that are in the gnomish city. I've been in contact with them.
Oh. Very good. Very good. I'm glad to know that this is a clarification that was seen and understood and being corrected upon instead of this, here, we're changing this, deal with it. Didn't want that. Didn't want to go down that.
And
Right.
she finishes writing this contract, and she picks up a wax seal and stamps it, and then she rolls it up, and it's almost like the air kind of ripples in like a line,
Mhm.
and you see someone step out. They take the contract from her, step through the ripple, and she's gone.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Tika. I do have one other thing that wasn't on the agenda that I wanted to talk to.
Oh, you think I'm blind to that? I know that you have a complaint about me sending you to the
It's not a complaint.
plane of fire.
Why is everything considered a complaint when it's just an observation? How does this happen?
Speak
Well,
to the point.
Cheyenne brought up a gift that she was provided by Lomia that would require her or us, whoever she decides to take with, to go to the Feywild. That fairy character indicated that, and they think that there might be one of these relics, these what's it called, the things for the, can't think of the name all of a sudden.
A reliquary.
Reliquary, yeah, for the for this copy of my father, there, and based on whatever information Cayenne or who she feels can get from this present that Lovion gave her, we could get a lot more information to be able to better deal with this monster and get this reliquary at the same time.
This is a very easy and straightforward situation. I've evaluated the options that we have on the table. We have sources that can confirm that more or less with guarantee that the fire plane there is one of these reliquaries for you to handle. However, if our sources do happen to turn something up in the Feywild or another location, since you have already scouted out and located such reliquary, it would be easy for you to depart and go to the second location using the Maw's abilities. The Maw is being outfitted to be able to jump very easily between locations. And you might not understand. I barely understand it because it's Gnomish terminology. Apparently, when the Maw does whatever the Maw does, I'm not sure what it is.
It's quite fascinating, and like literally attacks the ether and rips it apart and goes between.
Okay, that's quite horrifying. I don't need to know the details. I already have to contend with dealing with multiple diplomats and officials on many realms of existence. And that's a lot to juggle, but that's my plate, not yours. You'd never have to worry about that. So, that puts apparently a lot of stress on the Maw and its structure.
I can imagine so.
The part of the Maw's re-outfitting is to have the supplies to be able to do that when it needs to do that at least a few times. Very expensive materials, very expensive resources that we have to outfit.
Okay.
So, if it turns out that there is something in the Feywild, and as you're sitting there talking to her, she's way more informed on what you had talked about than you had led on to other people. Like, she probably has spies that have been listening or keeping tabs that you never knew that were even there.
Yeah.
Probably a gift of Lumion's network.
Probably reverse engineering the sending stone so she can just listen to us whenever he wants.
It's quite simple. That I see the value that the value of the Feywild is more important. I'm not blind to that. However, as a strategy, I have to send you to the fire plane. You are our strongest spearhead to go there. And sending you to the Feywild would be a waste of time and a waste of resources. Believe it or not, you and the rest of the family that are out and adventuring are a resource to me. I have to treat you as such.
I understand. Totally
And
understand.
that resource I need to send to what I think is important, and that is the elemental plane of
I
fire.
understand. But the only reason I brought it up is because the information I'm sharing with you is not information that I knew that you had. And I figured since you were clear in your statement of you need all the information that we have, I wanted to bring this information to you in case there was more you needed to consider.
She smiles and she actually leans forward and puts her little elbows on the table and she rests her hand on her, like, just relaxing. She said, Nikolai, it's a verification system. I'm very aware of things that you know and the things that you guys do throughout the day. I just want you to speak to me so I can verify the information and see what you're withholding from me. I know you're not.
What questions do you have?
And suddenly Nikolai's like, oh shit.
I didn't think it was right to just not give you that information and then
As it stands currently, you are still going to the elemental plane of fire.
You have the info. All I was expecting is that you had the information to make the informed decision instead of a partially informed.
And she just
I wasn't
smiles
trying
and
to
nods.
push a subject. I was just trying to give you the information.
She just smiles a little bit. And she hops down from her seat and walks over to you, and she just brings you in for a hug. I haven't hugged you in a while.
Just a couple days ago.
Look, you guys have been gone for 8 months.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if that's something that we can outfit them all with to prevent. Maybe we'll have to talk to you. Because doesn't like that happen? I've heard random stories that happens in the Feywild. The realms?
Time strangeness?
Yes.
From my studies, all of the different realms have their own quirks. For example, the elemental plane of fire where you're going, time feels much slower there, as there is no nighttime. It is forever daytime there.
Okay. It feels, but it isn't.
Right.
Okay.
The Feywild, however, the mall will be outfitted to travel there just in case because it's an extremely perpetuous place to travel if you're not prepared. For example, where the Astral Sea, you missed a lot of time. The mall wasn't outfitted correctly for that. They understood that. They relayed that to you, from what I understood from the captain.
Yeah, kind of weird, but
And
about
now,
it.
the Feywild, on the other hand, is more or less. She walks over and there's a hourglass on her table. Is a little stranger. She takes it, she turns it upside down. You can see the sand falling through. The beads just kind of gather. One day it would be like this, and she flips it back over, and then the beads are going in the other direction. And the next day it would be like this. There's no up or down or common sense within the Feywild when it comes to time. Sure, time passes, day, night cycles. However, the way it interacts with the other planes, the other realms of existence is cattywampus.
So the time that we spend could either be more time or less time, or we could go back in time.
Theoretically, it's a popular thing among the wizards to discuss. Plumetree tried to explain it a little bit, and I asked him to leave.
I'm quite fascinated in that conversation you had with him. Do you have recordings of that?
She goes over and she goes to her shelf, and you're in her personal office, and you're seeing the shelf is just stuffed with scrolls, and you see books stacked everywhere. Scabbard, you've only been to this office a few times. Every time you go in, it's overwhelming because there's more books and scrolls in here than you see in most places. And you can't tell. There's no markings on the shelves of anything. She just walks along and finds the spot exactly without even double checking. Pulls a few scrolls and she walks over and hands them to you.
In your conversations with Umtrick?
Yes.
Fantastic. Is there anything in there that I need to guard from somebody?
No, but you're not permitted to leave these quarters, and you have to read them here.
Oh, okay. All right,
She points over to a small desk. You can sit over there, just light the lamp, and you can read them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will do so.
Please be quiet as I have things to work on myself. And she goes back to her big table.
If I were to, would it be okay to ask for clarification on something?
Everything is written in there matter-of-factly. So there shouldn't be any mincing of words. As you can tell, I'm not one to mince words. Things are very straightforward.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. I don't see why people don't like that.
You can stop talking and go read now.
Thank you.
And she goes and sits down. Little fucking few feet of terror there. I love Kippa.
I will sit down and read these scrolls.
Yeah. You're like, I want to read this. Fuck.
I get to roll with it.
They can't be taken out.
Yeah,
she
well,
has.
maybe I can go into the office and read them with her permission.
We're not talking just like they're like shelves that are like this thick that are just stuffed with scrolls and scrolls on top of scrolls. She documents everything.
Sent you the information in
Yep,
regards to what I'm
I got
doing.
it. I saw it. So, uh, swinging back over to Cayenne, you do find Pulse, and she's basically set up a small potion shop here in town so that she can make some extra coin. Not that the working for the family is short of coin. She doesn't have to pay for anything at this point. She has an allowance.
Yeah, but also it's what she's trained to do.
Yeah.
It's her chosen field.
And goblins often frequent this place to say hi to her, and they're like, "Oh my god, a goblin can actually become something." It's mind blowing. And you see that there's a goblin assistant working there, stocking the shelves, and Pulse is behind her large desk, and there's a small sign written there in Goblin. It says, "Bigger desk means more important."
Have we've gone inside at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna speak up and say, "Hi, Pulse."
She looks over. She doesn't have her glasses on, and she looks absolutely strange without her glasses on because you're used to her big, thick goggle glasses, where it makes her eyes seem larger than they are. But she has like little beady eyes for being so ancient for a goblin. She puts her glasses on, and she's like, "Ah, Cayenne, and Cayenne number 2, also known as Osling."
You have a repertoire with both Mongo and Coin, yes?
I am familiar with both of them, unfortunately. That's a joke. You should be laughing.
Cayenne would be giggling because she knows Pulse's humor. What would you recommend as a gift to celebrate the newfound relationship of Mongo and Coin?
But first, you must pay the toll. and with your recent dealings, this should be up your alley. What do you call an evil wizard who gives good hickeys?
I no idea.
A necromancer.
Did you make that up, or did you look? Did you find it?
That's
I'm looking at
All right.
Osling to see what her reaction is.
Osling is just looking over, and she's like, "Really? Really, Pulse? Pulse? I don't mean to sound rude. Don't quit your day job." And Pulse looks over. I enjoy the art of stand-up comedy.
Fucking love bulbs.
10 out of 10 would have Pulse at the bachelorette party to do stand-up jokes.
Silly one-liner.
Or better yet, have a stand-up comedy competition and Pulse being the judge.
You can certainly ask her that.
Osling, sister, don't kill me for this. Poltz. Coin is arranging my bachelorette party, and I had an idea for an activity I think you would make her a good judge for.
And that is.
Competition to see who does the best stand-up comedy.
Ah. I have a very interesting idea. It is a popular thing in some higher intellectual goblin communities. It is simply referred to a roast.
Oh no.
That would be hilarious. It's not exactly a term that the Fae use, but typically when Fae interact, it's a bunch of just throwing insults at each other
Ah,
as a way
yes.
to connect.
As the Fae people like to call it, the goose is out.
In all seriousness, I do hope that you'll be there at the bachelorette party. I would like you to be there.
I will not miss it, although I will be stylishly late.
I will not hold that against you.
And she just smiles, and it's just like this hilarious type of smile from her. It's like a mixture of a goblin and a warm grandma smile.
Toothy, but not scary. Toothy but inviting.
Oh no, that's a horrifying question. How long till Poltz's influence of jokes spread to the goblins?
Oh god.
Yes.
Imagine a carrot
Whoa.
top goblin.
Oh my god, that would
That
be just
spread-
an insane show.
That spread to the goblins, and that being a way to get favor with the Cayenne.
Oh my god. Just bad jokes left at
No
her
more-
altar.
Exactly. No more lightning. You don't have to use a lightning rod no more.
Just give me a bad joke. A good bad joke.
Just dad jokes, mom jokes, grandpa jokes, and grandma jokes.
All right. So you may carry on your business with Poltz.
Basically going to get her recommendation for a gift that would encompass both Mongo and Coin that would seem appropriate.
She gets down from her seat and walks around her big giant desk that she has. And starts rummaging around on the shelves and opens a trunk. Starts looking through it. And she comes over to you and actually, She hands you a potion. She's like, "This is for you and Lumion," and she gently elbows your leg. If you know what I mean, you know how to use it.
I believe I catch your drift.
Does it have
Good.
2 numbers on it?
Tom's over there like, "Oh my god." You know, good lubrication goes a long way for the motion in the ocean.
God. We didn't need to know that.
And you hear Osling stifle a chuckle as she sets a potion down.
Kyan's face is probably, well, face and ears are probably beet red at this point. Like, oh, Pulse.
Is this the part where I should make everybody die of laughter with what?
Oh my god.
Pulse hands you a very old case, and it's really old looking. Like this looks like one of those old, like open up surgical kits from the early
Like the 50s doctor bag.
yeah, even earlier than that.
Oh wow.
Like the fold out
So, like,
ones from like the 20s
so-
and 30s.
I was gonna say, like, late 1800s to, like, very early 1900s.
Yeah, very early. And she holds it up to you, and she's like, "Give this to them. This is my first alchemy set. I've taken very good care of it, and they deserve it."
That's very sweet of you. They would love this, actually.
Lots of good things in there. Maybe a few surprises, but that's to be expected.
I'm going to offer Pulse a very respectful hug.
She takes it from you and hugs back, and surprisingly warm hug from her. And she looks up at you and she's like, "Don't forget the magic words to open the bag or it will attack you. Bubble,
Please
bubble, toil and trouble."
Of course it is. Of course it fucking is.
Why would it be?
I almost expected her to say hubble bubble.
Pulse is adorable.
I love Pulse.
She's a little ball of joy. Hey, why you look so eager over there? You're just dying at the dad jokes?
I can feel the table vibrating.
Are you
and
sure
it's
that's not
out
just
of-
you?
and
Yeah.
it's out of this one's sheer excitement.
Oh my god, that's another one. Once, when working in a store, a man dressed as a wizard approached the counter. He said, "Do I get any money off for having this big stick?" I said, "No, sir, we don't offer staff discounts."
Oh god.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and stop here, take our 30-minute break, get some food in us, and we'll be back with more shenanigans. And we hope to see you soon. Where's the button? Where? Just as Tom takes a bite of food in his mouth, we transition back to being on the air.
Have I not made it clear? I do two things on this. I eat
And you
I
cry.
tell bad jokes.
No, you eat and you cry.
So 3 things.
Yay, I'm multi-talented.
As coin dies in your arms.
That is not
What the
fucking
hell?
funny.
At least you didn't get the Batman beginning.
That's
Watching my parents get shot.
By cross bolts in the back alleys of Baldur's Gate. Coming out of a
Returning from-
play.
Yeah, after returning from a bard show.
Oh my god. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You're
Am I
back-
a millionaire too?
Your backstory sounds very strange.
Yeah.
We haven't had music this first half.
No, you never turned it on.
Yes, I did. I turned the speaker
No,
on.
I turned it on. It has been playing.
No, I've turned the speaker on too. Let me check. See.
Yeah. Anyway, well, you work on that. We're gonna go. I think the speaker actually turned off.
Oh, no. It's never turned back. And it is now turned on. Would you like me to turn it on?
Yeah. Go ahead, real quick. So, jumping back into tonight, we're going to pick up where you have basically been summoned to a tavern, and as you each file into the tavern, it's desolate. There is no one to be found, not a single thing. Absolute silence in the tavern. Not even the tavern keeper is there. However, you do see the familiar rogues that work for Lumion basically stationed throughout the area of the tavern.
What's going on here?
Hello. Wait, is Lumia in there or just?
It's each of you file in eventually and see each other brought here. That I did hit play, so
You want me to work on it or?
you can work on it a little bit, but you don't put too much effort into it. I'm sure the audience can hear it, so that's
No,
fine.
It's actually not playing.
Oh,
What's going on here?
and you're
It's a
there.
bit ominous.
Yeah, you're
What did
there
you
as well,
do?
Cayenne.
I've been busy. I didn't do anything. What did you do?
One of these days when you're old enough, I'll tell you.
Oh my god, the fucking salt from chat, and I love it. An intervention? No, wait, the whole party's there, not just Gav.
Oh, god damn.
I think it will require a lot.
All right, don't worry about it. That meatball is a little spicy.
Just a bit.
Swallow them balls, gobble them.
Oh,
And you, as you file in, you see that the tavern is there all to yourselves. That you were told to simply come here via Lumion, and it would be a private meeting.
Oh, okay. So as we walk in, do we see Lumia?
No, he's not there yet.
Have any of the Lumion's men there? Those that I recognize that I've interacted with.
You see, do a perception actually.
Yeah, I get to roll my new dice. And my dice
Nice.
betray me. No, they do.
23.
23.
24.
wow. Fancy motherfuckers rolling double digits.
Watch Cayenne gets a 26 when she rolls perception. Or a natural 20 and just like, ha 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 ha.
It'd be really funny if it's a 25, because then it was just.
You would be way off with a 6.
Uh, for those that rolled higher, you do see others among the ranks of the rogues that you have never seen before. They actually look a bit different.
Okay.
And you catch a glimpse of it, and you see that it's where they have their hoods pulled forward that comes forward to almost like a point,
Mhm.
and their hood goes back to like a little bit of a point as well. and the rope comes down in front of them, and then it has basically it's almost like a poncho with slits in it, so that their arms can move freely.
Okay.
But within the cloak, you can see some sort of contraption that they have. Each of them is armed with it.
I'm gonna assume since this the tavern at the high end or high court or whatever.
No, it's a different tavern.
Oh, okay. All right. Take a seat.
I'll take a seat as well.
So each of you are able to approach the table and make comfort. And after a little bit of time passes by, Lumion comes walking in, and he's like, "Sorry, I had some business to deal with."
All right.
So as you know, I am the information broker amongst the city, and deal with many kinds of information, and I've wanted to make sure that everybody is well prepared as far as their current situation. Also, congratulations, Mongo.
What'd you do?
Oh, fuck if I know.
Uh,
What?
Oh, the birds are quite rife with the tidings of you and Coin.
Oh,
I knew it.
I had
Go,
a
bud.
feeling.
Give him a little fist bump on the shoulder.
Give him a little pat on the back.
Is Coin
That.
here?
No, she's not. It should
Okay.
you four.
Awesome, dude.
That requires some explanation for another time.
And he walks over and sets down a package in front of you. A gift for your newfound tidings.
It's really not necessary.
Well, I guess what I have for both you and Coin is not necessary either.
What, you knew this about this?
Me and Osling talk,
Oh, so
and
knew.
she knew.
And you two know. How long has it actually been?
It's been about 4 days.
Sweet.
That's,
Maybe it's working now.
Word travels fast.
yeah, fucking apparently, which might suggest some sort of security problem.
You have a point there.
Wouldn't you rather us know Mongo? Rather than it just be a rumor?
Because there's certain details that I will get into you guys with later.
Okay.
That's fair.
I don't want to
Strange,
know
but
too many
fair.
details there, buddy.
Kyan, you can present the gift if you want.
I was gonna wait until Coin was also present.
Okay. So, Lumion looks to each of it. And he's like, "So, the biggest thing that I've brought you here is the concern for our Empress. She seems a little strange in nature, and she has a certain knack for knowledge that,
I'm so jealous of.
to be honest, as my status claims, I'm a little jealous of myself, but I can respect someone that works in the same field of knowledge."
She really read like every fucking book.
He has access to my personal library.
Holy shit.
That's a lot of books. She writes down everything too.
Yes.
It's nuts.
Her office is rife with information that she's written down,
Oh yeah, I got to tell you a story that conversation
and
she had
she's
with
brought in
Boom Tree.
wizards essentially to fortify the room.
It's fascinating.
There is a startling amount of anti-scrying spells placed upon that room. And I pity any rogue that tries to enter that room unwelcome. The only way to get in that room is with her guidance or her invitation.
Yeah.
And there are enough charms on her to scare most nobles out of an idea like that.
Fascinating. Who's making all these words for her?
She's reached out to various contacts and people that she's brought into the fold after vetting them, and the way I'm an information broker, she's more of an information weaver.
That's impressive.
Information what?
Weaver.
Weaver. Okay.
Essentially, she has such a large amount of knowledge that it's at her very beckoning call, so she can just simply pull things that are appropriate for the situation to guide situations to be exactly where she needs it to be.
Well, I did bring some more information to her that she already had. That we literally, the four of us spoke about the night before, not in her presence, that she already had and was just happy I confirmed it. I don't know
If you
how she
think
got that
about it,
information.
if she has a significant amount of information, she'd probably be able to put two and two together to
No.
help fill in the blanks.
It was about Lomian's gift to Cayenne and going to the Feywild instead of the plane of fire first. And she said she's already evaluated that and decided to keep us to the plane of fire.
Just sitting over here in the corner, kind of smiling because I've already shared this information with the party.
Look, she's devised her own spy network within mine.
Within yours, that doesn't bother you?
No.
Okay.
As she is my empress, I have to respect her, and with that, she has her entire own spy ring. She works very quickly when she has information available. And that's simply why I brought you here, is to discuss that. She will probably be aware of this to a degree, this meeting that you are in with me, and probably deduce what it is about. She is simply, dismissed the claims of who or what she is and her family is.
What is she?
You already know this, brother.
Her family's.
As a kobold. Which is interesting.
She's not a kobold, she's a dragon. As is Scabbard.
Okay.
It's been discovered via mostly her laying claim to it and using her leverage that, and the evidence that she's presented. Granted, you can't dispute the evidence that she presents because she reads everything and absorbs everything, and the one that taught her how to write contracts was an actual kitsune from the Fey Court. She was mentored and tutored by one. She's currently under tutelage of two different bardic schools. Home skill. It's quite impressive to understand what she is. However, I have discovered that her family traveled from the far eastern part of the world to the Arctic Circle. Many of her kind had seemed to travel there. Instead of being hunted down, they simply chose survival or death in the Arctic circles a long time ago. They, from the few scraps of things that I've shared with her, that they abandoned their old ways and started anew and rebuilt their culture from scratch to hide who they were.
Oh.
As far away, as far as to basically lock away their true identities.
How long ago?
Several cataclysms.
So their culture reflects that. They don't know any different.
Correct. Within that, I've discovered that when you're raised in the Arctic Circle as a part of this tribe, this lineage, the contact with information is very little, minimal. You simply learn the skills that you need and carry on. Right? You learn the education that you need to carry on. Outside of that, reading, learning things are not really a part of the culture for obvious reasons.
Now, this is the player asking a question. The information about Udon, the brother leading, Udin leaving, is that anything that you've shared?
I have not shared that.
Okay.
And it was explicitly asked by Kippa to not do so and to
Okay.
just leave it.
All right. All right, that's fine. But just if
The
it was
party
shared,
does know.
I do have a comment, but it does. I don't know this information, so
Now, the party does know for a fact that, yes, Kippa and Scabbard are dragons. This is already known. What is also known is that Scabbard shared that Kippa may be this type of rare dragon, and as we all discovered, seems to be the case since she has all the traits and qualities of that type.
okay. No, like I said, it's not information Nikolai has, so there's no point in discussing further.
So I'm not simply saying tread lightly around Kippa or treat her any difference. I'm simply giving you a heads up of what she is. Many dragons have hordes. Many dragons utilize their primal instincts as weapons. Their size, claws, breath weapon. Her weapon of choice will be knowledge. If she is put into a corner, she will destroy an entire kingdom within moments with knowledge.
Fascinating.
She is remarkably intelligent, very wise.
She's already devised at least a dozen ways to kill the dragon that's within your home. She simply needs the tools to do so.
Do we know what these tools are?
She does. She has not shared those documents with us. She has laid out plans, essentially, to remove the larger threats to basically make it easier for all of us to take out this dragon. As she stated, it's kind of a angry owl bear in a corner. In a very defensible spot. If we were to take our armies into there, we would lose catastrophic numbers, and we might destroy the entire kingdom in the process.
Hopefully Reyes is getting some information we can use and not lost.
I haven't heard from her either, to be honest.
I hope I didn't make the wrong decision there.
As a king, you have to be prepared to do decisions that will get people killed.
That doesn't mean that I still wish I didn't make the wrong decision.
So, with that information on the table, sort of speak, do you have any questions for me?
If I may ask, and this is only purely speculation, just say clarification and understanding, if I may. Before we came here, as far as I understand, you were loyal to our hosts. If not loyal, independent, but working with them. Why so much of a change in loyalty?
He just simply looks over at Cayenne.
And one other question. When perusing your market, I know it's labeled as gray market, there were sorts there of very malign nature. Was slavery, or as best I know, going on there. Why and how is that permitted?
That's actually a very easy explanation, Nikolai. In my position, there has to be a certain front and an image maintained. In order to maintain that, I have to let certain things happen within my presence. And unfortunately, there does have to be some evil for that to actually happen so that certain people will discuss information. Unfortunately, is one of the tools of the job that I have to employ. Do I approve of it? No. Will I accept it because I have to? Yes.
Hmm. Okay, I would just think that maybe there's a certain level of understanding in the environment that indicates allowing instead of putting up a front would be more effective.
It's complicated. It's part of being an information broker.
Yeah.
I have to decide many unsavory things, trade information that lead to people to have unsavory endings or fates. And I have to live with those choices. However, I weigh if the information is valuable regarding that.
Okay. Just wanted some clarification. I understand utility.
Anyone else? Hell, Cayenne, you can even ask a question or two.
I don't know what Cayenne would ask right now. To be honest with you.
How much do we exactly know about this specific species of dragon?
Simply what I shared. They don't look like any of the from the depictions of basically scrolls that are falling apart and can't be even restored with magic. They're vastly different than any other dragon that we know of. And there was apparently a great hunt that wiped them out because of what they are.
What exactly is so worth hunting down those that crave knowledge? Like why would they be such a threat?
Warlords, kings, emperors, looks at you specifically. Other people that want power will use information for power. If you have a being that is willing to share that power with the common folk, it becomes a threat.
True.
Look at what happened with my mother and father.
Simply banding together and destroying all of their species sways the power in the unsavories to have that information that will no longer be free. The dragons were never really evil, from my understanding. That's my hypothesis. There were, of course, the outliers, but they relished in information and the sharing of information.
Outliers like yourself, I mean, if they're there, your type is well known to not be very savory.
That is true and a fair statement.
There's always exceptions to the rule.
Yeah. It's kind of disturbing on how so easily swayed people can be just 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 based on association of a person's type.
I will not name them, however, I have a contact And to most people's horror, that they live in secrecy and simply work within the shadows because of who they are. And they are a mind flayer. However, they refuse to consume those of intellect. It's beneath them, and they consider it an atrocious act. So they simply feed upon vermin and such to simply for subsistence and become a scholar essentially for the information that they need.
It seems like a very noble thing to do, to go completely against your nature for survival, to weaken yourself in such a manner, I guess.
They considered their nature barbaric and monstrous. They wanted a better way.
So, as you may know, one of the characters in your market is a dwarf. And all the three dwarfs, I guess they're known as dwarfs, I've met,
Yes.
are very kind, wonderful people. What do you know about the state of that society? Like, are the kind, wonderful people that we know of dwarfs like extremely rare and significant, like yourself and your mind flayer contact, and or is there a struggle of good dwarven people?
There is no struggle of good dwarf people. It's a fringe society, as some would say. Dwarfs basically, if a dwarf becomes rebellious, their house name is struck from the books. All their status is withdrawn, including financials, and they are marked as such and simply become slaves of the Dwarven Empire, or outright executed, depending on the status of their house. And they're seen as traitors to the other Dwarven houses. Those that manage to escape the Dwarven city on jobs and such will break away, go within secrecy to be away from the Dwarven Empire, become dwarfs. However, the Empire is not so easy to forgive and will send out groups of bounty hunters. Dwarven hunters, essentially, to track down these rogue dwarfs and either slaughter the entire village or mark them all as exiles forever, showing that they're a traitor to their kind.
But there are
As stated before, Nikolai, the Dwarven Empire is not good and will never be good.
Well, I didn't
So
mean to
long as
imply
the
that
old houses remain in power.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to imply that the empire as it is good, but there are people subject to this. The people could still be good.
Most will never speak against the Empire in fear of losing their entire house. For example, say you are of a noble, if you're part of a dwarven house, you are raised into it, a simple job. That is your job. You're raised into it, educated for it, and that is your future. Nothing more, nothing less. That is expected of you. You will carry it out. For example, you are doing your job and you decide to rebel and become a dwarf. They will not simply just exile or execute you. They will do it to your entire family, as an example.
As long as the old houses are in power, will remain that way. If you want to bring about the change,
I wonder if there's a way to know a difference between when interacting with them, where they are mainly the people are mainly maintaining appearance for survival instead of feeling true to
You have
old
a
houses.
paladin that can discern good and evil. They can further try to pray to their deity to discern it even farther, from my understanding.
Discern an evil what?
Or discern it further if they're simply under the control.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was more along the lines of, as you said, there's a underground or fringe society that's trying for change. Like, I know that I would probably, in some situations, go along for survival, but secretly work against if I was in such a situation. So I was just wondering if there's some type of like internal connection one can build within the society to know how and when and where to help.
It's not so simple, Nikolai. The Dwarven Empire is ruled by an iron fist of the upper houses. There are random checks, there are observers everywhere, there are scryings every single day to discern who might be a traitor. Every waking minute they are under control and servitude.
Wow. Crazy.
When you see a guard in this city, there could be guards that are not heavily armed. However, in the Dwarven city, every guard is armed as if they were a noble guard. Go ahead, Cayenne.
That empire will never have respect for me. I royally seek the end of the entire bloodline of those who wronged my sister. And I don't care how callous or bloodthirsty that is. I would pay to watch them be executed.
Cayenne's path of choice in this. Not simply killing every single dwarf that gets in our way, unless they chose to get in our way. However, after you're done with getting your nobility back in its full state and resettling in Essencrest, that could be your next target. Destroying the pillars in the old houses to simply instate a new government system. One that is fair to all races and all dwarfs.
We need to instate something that would be colonialism. I'm sure we want to do that.
A systematic elimination of certain
What's that?
individuals
Yeah.
might get the populace to rethink their ways.
Yeah. My problem is painting all dwarves as evil people. They're not all evil. There's
Nobody
many-
ever painted them as all evil, as Cayenne has met good dwarfs. You have, as
Yes,
as Mongo has Scabbard and Kimba.
We've only interact with dwarfs, as far as I understand they're called. I've had one interaction with a dwarf. He was a terrible person.
They generally are, or unless they just leave the Empire.
Yeah, I know.
There is one thing that the Empire does to male dwarves and female dwarves. As you see, male dwarves have a very robust and beautiful beard. That's their pride and joy in their own appearance. When they are exiled, if they are chosen to be exiled, not only are they marked, but there is an enchantment placed upon them where they can never grow a beard again. The women can no longer grow out the locks along the sides of their faces ever again.
All the dwarfs we've encountered have been that way.
Except for the one on the mall
Okay.
that Cayenne's had the most interaction with.
I got to be his enforcer.
And while he carries a full beard, he is a free dwarf. He is a fugitive.
Yeah. is say I fully support, toppling that empire. But my concern is the cost of the people that need help.
I'm not a strategist. I'm an information broker. Scafford's wife is the strategist.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no further things to discuss, I will take my leave.
I just had some questions on that stuff. Like it kind of
Oh.
bothered me that
And
you were
Nikolai,
permitting that while now asking
many,
for the hand of my sister.
just so you know, many scholars discuss the Dwarven Empire about who and what they are. If there are further unsavory things, I will not mention that the dwarves allegedly do, but there is no evidence as you cannot get that deep within the Empire. Kyan, would you like to join me with a walk in the stars?
Repeat that one more time. You cut out for a second.
Lumion is asking you to go for a walk under the stars.
I would accept.
And
I do have one extremely off-topic question. As it seems that our family continues to grow, well, I'm sure you've probably already noticed that we often refer to each other by brother and sister and the like. But now Kippa and yourself are joining. How do we address you in that style?
he just simply shrugged. New territory for me as well.
Your brother, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of okay with it, but if it's like, oh yes, this is our brother Lumion, this is our sister Cayenne. By the way, these are the kids. It's a
Lumion
little
looks.
fucking weird.
Hey,
I
Manga.
suppose.
Lumion looks
so.
over to you and he actually speaks in Munchkin Tabaxi. And he's like, I'm aware of the situation with you and Point, but I have also have information of how you have looked at her recently. So the gift stands, my friend. It will blossom in time. And he just simply nods. And you see his people just dissipate into the shadows like they normally do. Shall we go for that walk?
Before you do, I have one last question from both you and Cayenne. I am working on something, and I ask that I may receive a small drop of blood from each of you. With your consent, of course, for what I'm making.
I need to send you a quick message.
Stop playing with blood as effort.
Mongo. When you get back to meeting up with Coin, will you please let me know?
Yeah, of course.
I did hear that she's planning my bachelorette party.
Yes, she has planned it. Yes.
You see Lumion turn slightly pale. Oh dear.
I suppose we're gonna have to do one for you too.
Yeah, we really should.
He looks very confused. Wait, what?
The opposite of bachelorette party.
It's
What-
customary for all of what some folk call the hen house, where all the ladies get together to celebrate the upcoming union between a bride and her husband. And then there's also the bachelor party for the groom, where all the all the
Lumion is
dudes
just
get
looking
together.
just completely. It's the first time you've seen him kindly, slightly just become disheveled. Like,
It's done all in
Please.
good fun, and it's just a big, fun, crazy celebration
And then he
on
just
both
adjusts the
sides.
jacket. These terms are agreeable.
What are your terms?
Look, I've heard a few stories about what happens on bachelor parties, and the one thing that I can really gather is what does the groom want to do?
Yeah. See, all of our friends know Cayenne very well. We don't know you very well, so we can't make
I
these decisions.
read and look at information in my free time and also spend time with Cayenne. That is all.
I can fucking get behind this.
Huh?
I can get behind this.
It's supposed to be like what? A rip roaring fun time, right?
Research is fun.
I see.
I agree with the Munchkin Tabaxi.
I agree to a point too, because it allows you to
And you're like, oh my god.
come to an understanding of things you're trying to accomplish.
Well, if we're all looking up the same fucking thing, I mean, we could literally hit different points in the entire library and get to that goal fucking faster. How's that not fun?
I will simply leave it to you, Trio, to plan out this rip-roaring good time, as you put it.
Let's put it this way. I'll ask one more question. Please come back to us with an idea of a thing that you want to do that doesn't require or isn't part of a goal or an accomplishment that doesn't involve spending time with Cayenne or work in any way, shape, or form.
He looks over at you and he's just like, Mongo, whatever my ambition is, it simply happens. Or I make it happen.
I'll use Nikolai.
The only thing that I haven't actually been able to control, and I am very fortunate that this has happened, is Cayenne. So I leave it to you, trio of gentlemen, to simply surprise me with a good time.
Would it shock you if I said I have a really great idea?
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would, Scaff. Because you don't have a very long list of great ideas. do you?
Hello, Chad.
It is actually an idea that I think even Mongo
go
could
poof.
get behind.
So Scabbard has asked for a drop of blood.
Going to the fucking library, doing research.
Something similar to it. You'll see.
If
I'll need your
if a
help.
drop of blood is required, I'm kind of used to offering my blood for things,
I
so
have
it
glass
wouldn't be a
vials,
bother.
hand 'em over.
He hands them back and he reaches his own pocket and produces two tiny little glass vials that are kind of like bulbous on the bottom. And he hands one over to Cayenne and he has one in his hand. He's like, I require. Actually, before he hands it over, he's like, I require blood from you. And he simply puts the bottom of the vial, like dips it into Scabbard's hand, each of them. And he holds up the vials and he seems to speak to them. And he's like, these vials are bound to you. If they are to fall into anyone's evil hands, you will die on the spot. You will be the only ones that can actually open these vials. And he hands a vial over to you, Cayenne, for you to put a drop of blood into.
I would just use my regular dagger and just prick my finger.
Oh, I see what I get what you're talking about.
And you're just like, oh shit.
Okay.
And he provides a drop of some of his blood into the vial and closes the cork. And you can see that when he puts the cork on, it kind of pulls itself in tighter via some sort of magic. You're just like, they're like almost like little celestial stars of magic, the vials. And his blood almost looks like the night sky with little drops of light floating through it like stars. A bluish kind of purple, green, shifting kind of color. And he hands it over to you, Scabbard.
I'll take them both and very carefully put them away. What I have in store, I think both of you will actually enjoy.
He nods. And he starts to turn, and Coin comes through the door, and she's like, "Ha! I found you. I knew if I searched every single taverns, I would eventually find you." And
Hi,
Lumion
Coin.
is like, and Coin's like, "Look, I knows my families. If they're outs and abouts, they're going to end up in the taverns."
You're not wrong.
Well, God, are we that fucking predictable?
And Lumion looks down at her. "Congratulations." And Coin looks up like, "Thank you." She looks over at you like, and she goes over and she just walks over to you and sits down next to you.
Before me and Lumion go, I have something I would like to present you and Mongo with.
Oh,
I told them it wasn't necessary, but both of them persist.
Mongo, I assure you, this is going to mean a lot to both you and Coin.
Coin raises an eyebrow very curiously.
And I will pull out the bag.
You see this like old type of bag that she's holding. Do you set it in front of them?
Yes, I would.
Do you tell them the passphrase to open it?
Yes.
Do you remember the words exactly?
Bubble, bubble. Was it toil and trouble?
Yes.
Okay. Because I couldn't remember if it was bubble, bubble, cauldron, bubble, or if it was bubble, bubble, toil
Lumia
and
walks
trouble.
back over curiously, perplexed. Okay. She takes one side of the handle. You take the other. And it's with you both say the words together in unison and open the bag. In there on the small tag, you see Pulse's name.
What? Where did you get this?
Osling, when I was speaking with Osling, she decided that we should go see Pulse to find a gift to celebrate the newfound relationship between you and Coin. And Pulse decided to give me her first alchemy kit to both of you.
And
Well, that's
Coin's
cool.
just sitting there for the first time in her little non-stop speaking bardic way, silent.
No, you know that part in Shorzy when he's trying to say something, and then somebody does something, and Oli just immediately goes like he's trying not to cry. That is Mongo's response right now.
Coin looks at you. You can cry. It's okay.
I wanted, as both of you are very special to me, I wanted to get something special that both of you could use.
And Coin just looks into the bag and she takes out some of the ingredients and she's like, the quality of these ingredients are outstanding.
Mongo is
Mongo's
broken.
fucking speechless.
Yeah, and you also have Lumion's gift too.
Yeah, I'll kind of slide that in front of her.
She looks over and she's like, and Lumion's like, "That's from me. I hope it's useful for both of you." Coin's like, "Okay." And I'm throwing a little bit of myself into Coin here. And she just gently starts undoing the package very slowly, not to do damage to the package. And you guys are just watching painstakingly as she is, she has basically razor blades on her hand that she can just open this package, or a dagger
Whoa.
or something.
Chill out, dude.
But she's taking such delicate care with opening this package.
You okay, buddy? Almost missed.
She's like me when it comes to pretty like wrapping paper. I don't want to ruin it. I want to keep it.
Oh, it's wrapped in like this very beautiful, like elven silk cloth.
Holy shit.
And then it's basically bound shut along the back with cord that almost looks like it's gold in nature, but you can tell it's like just gold interweaved with like very fine silk. And eventually she gets it open and she looks at it, and it's two very beautifully crafted books. And your name, your actual full name is inscribed on the side of the book, and Coin's full actual name is inscribed on the other one. And she hands it to you, and Lumion's like, perhaps some explanation. If this is essentially a gift, you will be able to scribe to each other and share notes from wherever you are within these books. And it will also be a book that you can essentially keep your notes. It never runs out of pages. And it can shrink down for easy transportation. I hope it's not too little of a gift, but I couldn't figure out of what sort of thing that you would want. And Coin's like, never runs out of pages. And Tom's like, shit, I have no words.
That is
Did
these
the
two fucking
information of
bookworms.
did the information of the books not running out of pages give Coin the biggest lady boner?
Roll for levels of moistness.
Ew.
Uh,
We don't need to.
It's like a swimming pool filled with a certain substance.
No.
That's a joke. And Lumion's like, we will take our leave. Enjoy the gifts.
Have a good
Before
night.
that happens, I'm gonna burn a second level spell slot.
All right, what are you doing?
Misty Step.
Where are you misty stepping?
I'm hugging Lumion.
He like stops and he's
I'm assuming he's a lot taller than I am.
oh yeah.
So in order for me to actually get my arms around his neck to hug, there's either he's gonna have to pick me up, I'm gonna have to jump, or I'm just gonna fucking Misty Step.
He's just kind of like
I-
thrown off balance a little bit and just hugs back.
I assume that Lumion is well over 6 feet.
Yeah, he's a big boy. A big giant gentleman. And Coin goes over and hugs his leg and he's like, is this what it is to be hugged by children?
Yeah.
He's like, you're both welcome. So Cayenne and Lumion head their own separate way. Coin looks over at you and she's like, wow.
I didn't say anything to them. Somehow everybody found out by themselves.
Well, word spreads quickly in a family.
Apparently.
She looks over at you. I can't wait to to show you. Sorry, Selk. It's a common term I use. To show you some of my more interesting recipes.
I've actually been trying to figure out how to fucking put a few spells into a few beverages myself, and I haven't really come up with anything.
And you guys could probably see that, like, that connection that they're developing.
Mhm.
And she's like, look, I'll teach you what I knows. And perhaps we can just, formulate something between both of us that's new and interesting.
I can see the chemistry between you two.
Walking over, pat
You're
both
funny.
of them on the back. Congratulations, you
And then
two.
instantly you have a blade at your neck from Coin. She's like, have it.
It's okay. Congratulations. Does anybody know where Osling is? I have some questions.
Yeah, she's tending to the scarecrows in the field. It's one of her hobbies. She goes out there with a loofah, tends to the scarecrows in the field. They talk under the stars,
Perhaps I'll
cuddle to keep
show-
each other warm, frolic around in the hay. I wish I had never walked in on that.
Okay. Wait for more appropriate.
Probably breakfast tomorrow.
Yes.
Mongo, shall we? Or do you want to just go back home and see how your father's doing?
It's been a little while.
I could drag Sunny away for you. Besides, she has to be at the bachelorette party.
That is true.
Why don't all four of you go and do something as a family?
And that's a fair point. Shall we?
Have a good night.
So the two brothers are left alone.
Unsupervised.
Yep.
I
Hey.
have some work to do, Nikolai.
Well, you promised Ace that dummy of yours.
Yes. And you're coming with me.
Wait, what? You don't think I got shit to do?
Hey, you need to
Actually, right now, I don't
you
have
need
shit to do.
You need to come along for this. one.
I'm waiting for the fallout between the two the two gnomes.
Perhaps I can find some pretty decent work to work with at the actual, the workshop, the house.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
And while I'm doing what I'm doing, you can go ahead and work with Ace with the dummies. Let's go ahead and take care of that.
He's asking for your help on a project.
Actually, I'm gonna work with what I'm working on, but I'm basically having him come along with because he needs to supervise Ace.
So, going over to you again. I'm just picking on you tonight a little bit. You get back home and Sunny's like, there's a person there basically preparing food for Sunny and your father. And you see him pacing back and forth a little bit underneath the table, and obviously that he's used to that for security reasons. And Coin goes over to talk to Sunny for a little bit, and she's like, "What are they making?" And Sunny's like, "I said make bread. Apparently they're making pumpkin bread and pumpkin soup." So, what are you doing, Mongo?
Probably, he's going back and forth under the table. Get on top of the table. Look down like some cats do.
He
Yeah.
pauses for a moment, looks up at you, and he's like, "Can I speak to you in private?"
Chill.
He heads into one of like the study room with you, and he's like, haunted by demons, things I have to think about. But however, there is clarity in that mess. not important.
I wouldn't say
What-
that, but
What is important is he starts looking around his pockets and stuff and reaching around. And he's like, he pulls out his wand, and you see him just kind of like carve a square in the air. And he reaches up and pushes it like a cat would, and it falls. You hear it fall, and you hear the piece of like whatever it was he pushed shatter on the ground. And he's reaching in and kind of fishing around for something. He's like, um, um, uh, he shoves something into your hands, and the thing closes, and he's like, uh, yeah, and he just looks at the ground like very nervous.
what is this? I guess I look at the thing.
Yeah, it's something that's wrapped in cloth. And as you unfurl the cloth and tie the small knot, you see 2 wedding bands there. When the time comes.
Wait. Were these?
Yes.
Oh, these. But I can't. These are yours and hers.
He closes your hands and puts it close to your heart.
Can hug him.
He hugs back.
What if Sonny the occasion for first?
I got the engagement rings. He's like, he kicks the ground a little bit. About that dinner.
Yeah.
He just pats you on the back. And Tom's like, fuck.
Fuck. Now I just gotta find a safe spot to keep him. Is that with Humphrey or is that with Noodle?
You feel something bop on your head.
Find out what the hell that was and ask what the hell that was.
So write this down.
Oh.
You see like this like weird little like box. It almost looks like a ring box, but it's not for the rings. There's a note attached to it, wrapped around it, and it's from Humphrey. And it says, all that congratulations nonsense. I'm happy for you, and you can fool yourselves, but I see the truth. The heart,
Humphrey would fucking see right through me.
the heart speaks louder than your brain. And what's been presented to you is when you open this and you speak into it, the magic phrase, once per week, you can use this as a tiny mansion.
Oh,
Ah,
shit.
Yes.
As a what?
A tiny mansion.
Oh. Cool. You have your own little mobile keep.
and it's
Yeah.
simply referred to as Humphrey's lazy spot.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask about that in a second.
Humphrey's lazy spot.
Yeah,
Love it.
Once per week, tiny mansion.
yeah.
Oh.
Once per week. You still have to give him that one thing you had mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Humphrey's lazy spot. And I'm sure that was real exciting for everybody at home watching me write things.
Oh, it's riveting.
It's fucking god awful handwriting. I have trouble reading it sometimes.
Even me that's
Want to know a trick?
had to deal
Why
with
fucking type it out?
Yeah, so Humphrey has provided you a gift as well.
It's okay, but my handwriting's not so good either.
Yeah, I've practiced trying to make it slightly better, but no.
Cayenne, as you're walking with Lumion under the stars, happy-go-lucky with you, something kind of stabs you in one of your side pack that's not actually enchanted. Something that's not sitting right.
I've asked. People have actually asked. Like, could you
I'd probably jump like,
make that a
how?
little
What
more
the?
legible?
What?
And Lumion's like, is something wrong?
Something stabbed me in my pack.
He goes over, he's like, may I?
By all means.
He opens up your pack and he takes something out. And it's this weird look. It almost looks like a branch from a dead tree. And he's like, odd, there's a note attached to it for you.
I don't remember putting that in my pack. I'll take the note.
And it's very much like the one Mongo got. Hum, hum, hum. 4 left hoofs and anger issues. Here's a gift to wish you good whatever. I bestow upon you the wand of murder of crows. Yeah, I think it works once a week.
Wand of Murder of Crows.
Yeah, so essentially she can use it to cast a spell where it summons a murder of crows in a 30-foot radius. Up to 60
That's
feet.
actually pretty cool.
If she doesn't roll very high on like 2 crows come out, is it just now the wand of attempted murder of crows?
It's an attempted murder, and they act like Cheech and Chong.
Oh my god!
Can that please be canon?
And there's another thing in there, and he takes it out, and it's like, there's a note on it. He's like, huh. That's an interesting note. He hands it to you to read it.
I'll read it.
It's like, from one of my kind to former one of my kind, the best thing I can bestow on you is allowing you to take this person as your forever mate. Congratulations and all that bullshit. And it's got Humphrey on the bottom, signed by, on both notes.
Well, it seems like Humphrey approves of you.
Huh.
That's fucking saying something.
Yeah. And Coin is with Sunny in the kitchen, and Coin is actually teaching Sunny how to roll out bread and put it into a loaf pan.
You would think that the Munchkin any Munchkin tabaxi would naturally know how to loaf. I mean, come on.
How to make biscuits.
Yeah. So you get dragged off with Scabbard back to the house for whatever fucking reasons. And then he's presented to you, and you head into the house, and yeah, it's you're nice. It's
This is the house where we can assume.
Yeah.
A normal size. Sweet. Have to rely on anybody or anything to just. do
yeah.
stuff.
Suddenly he's a giant rat, and you forgot about that briefly, probably.
Sounds jarring. All right, Nikolai, where's Ace?
What did you turn invisible, Ace?
I didn't know he was still with us.
You would never not be with me.
All
Well,
right.
to be fair, Ace ain't Scabbard, so he probably wasn't paying attention.
All right. So, Nikolai and Ace. This training dummy can be very dangerous. Nikolai, you're probably going to have to put Ace together a couple times. I say as I look to Ace.
Ace looks at you, and he's like,
It. Look, buddy, I'm not trying to say anything or make anything out of it. Let's just say this thing almost took both Mongo and I out. But it will teach you a lot of really cool stuff.
Ace is a fucking rock star.
But it's
Hey.
going to be a very painful lesson.
Ace just looks at you and he signs something. He's like, I ain't weak. And he puts his fist out instantly right into your face. And unfortunately, for Ace social, it's a natural 20.
Oh.
As you go flying backwards into the wall to show how strong he is.
Ow. All right. Right, buddy. Okay. Strong.
Let's see. So I got to pull up a calculator.
Why
wait, I
is
already have
it when Scav gets basically catapulted somewhere, why do I see the flailing of his tail akin to the coyote?
I always picture like something similar to that, but also like the little fragments of his horns that float there, just in there for a second and then flow behind.
That's accurate.
Oh dear. Okay, that's a lot of numbers. So you hit this wall, and you see the wall cave in a little bit as his scabbard's horns start to flow to there. There's like 2 streams of blood coming from your nose from how hard he hit you. And your vision instantly blurred, and your ears started ringing, like, and then thumping, as Ace just back to resting position as he punched you for 55 points of
Oh my
damage.
Holy shit. All right.
Dude, that is over half your fucking HP.
Let's heal them back. We're
And you
good.
saw this happen, Nikolai.
I think you'll be okay, buddy.
Even your teeth feel
Oh.
loose in your muzzle.
In fairness, Ace, he only spoke those insulting words out of respect for your well-being. Are you okay with this, buddy?
Ace is like, he does sign language like, of course I'm fucking okay with this. I'm a rock star.
You are, buddy. You indeed are.
It's been
Give him a little fist bump.
He threatens to go punch, and
Don't break my arm this time,
he
buddy.
gently reaches out and boots your finger with
All right.
with the single digit.
heal up.
You're just like, oh
Healing up.
god. Even your teeth feel loose from the impact.
Yep. We're gonna do lay on hands. We're gonna do some cure
Shouldn't you
wounds.
wait till you're in your room?
Yeah, nobody wants to see you lay your hands on yourself.
We're gonna do all points of that.
As you do all the healing to yourself, Ace grabs the dummy and walks off to the training room.
Scabbard,
Yes.
do you know that if I'm present in the room, if I'll be targeted? Or is it just
So long as you don't directly interact with it. But if you do interact with it in any way, prepare for the ass whooping of your lifetime.
Your vision is still blurry too.
so I can be there to repair Ace if need be without having
Yes.
okay.
You
Yeah.
can go work on your project that you're going to work on and leave Ace to his own devices and just check on him every once in a while.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that as like, Ace, so if you do fall, are you okay if I don't get to you right away so I can work on my stuff?
Gives you a thumbs up.
All right, man. If I don't hear the noise, I'll assume that I'll need to take care of you.
All right. And back to full. I will go with Ace for a moment.
You're like, ah.
All right, Ace. Stand over here. Set the dummy up. All right. Are you ready, Ace?
Ace straight.
No, I think I know how Ace would react. Look right at the dummy, just kind of like adjust the pants, take a real wide stance.
Let's go.
The
Alright,
Morpheus
bud.
stance.
Good luck.
Oh, like the Rock.
Beat me. Teach me. Show me your ways. And I'm gonna get the fuck out of there.
Before you do, that dummy comes up behind you. It just wallops you in the back of the skull.
like,
Damn. Ow. I'm running.
You don't get off unscathed, buddy.
I made a slight correction to what I sent you earlier.
19 points of damage.
Ow. Damn it. All right. I'm getting out of there now.
You're like, fucking, ow.
Good luck. Give it something if you want to fight for harder.
Did you hear me? It's like corrections, but not
Yep.
not that critical.
I will go leave this area. I will now go ahead and try and find some actual like proper like a good piece of wood in the workshop somewhere and get started on my project.
Okay.
And I'm probably gonna spend all night doing so.
All right. So you're able to spend time with Sonny and your father and Coin all together in the same kitchen, and it's kind of like a surreal experience where you've had family time in the kitchen, but this is like a proper family in the kitchen of like, you know, some teasing here. Your dad being like the dad, like he's socially broken now where he's just sitting there and he's like not sure how to interact at all with anybody. And just doing the cooking in the kitchen and spending there and having a good time.
yeah, I know I'm making all the dad jokes.
Oh, he's like, is that what humor has stooped to? And eventually, towards the end of the night, your father passes out underneath a coffee table using his jacket as a pillow. And Sonny's like,
Could try to move him gently, get him into the bed.
He'll just wind up going right back there. Right now, it's what he's used to. It's gonna take a while
Yeah, probably.
to get him to
Jay-
accommodate.
yeah, you see Sunny go over and you see her have something underneath her arm, and it kind of looks like a teddy bear. It's missing one eye, and she crouches down next to the table, and she gently slides it in his arm, and he kind of adjusts a little bit and cuddles into the teddy bear. And she sets a little lamp down that has a forever light inside of it next to the thing so that he's not in darkness. She's like, go to bed. And you and Coin retire to your chambers, and she goes and flops over in a chair, and she's like, well, it's been a day.
Yeah. Did I ever pull out my spell book? Did I ever tell you what's in here?
No.
Don't get close. Chart. It's not just my spell book. Open it up, scroll through some of the ones that I have in there. Crap, what was the stone giant's name? Effectively our mom. Kodos, that's right. Kodos gave this to me as we left home. And about 24 hours later is when I first met you. I found out, one, eventually Kodos wasn't a stone giant, which is, yeah. But apparently this used to belong to Irate Bellchaser.
Actually, a very famous Munchkin Tabaxi bard.
Around the Silken Paw.
I've actually been there a few times. Amazing drinks. I'll have to send a condolences package if they're say hi to him.
Yeah. Her kids are fucking great, and I swear to God, I really do hope one of them reopens that place.
Oh, they will. And I'm sure that they're all going to have paws on it. At one point, she had a bardic troupe referred to as simply the Catatonic Chaos Crew.
That sounds like a fantastic bardic troupe. I would go see their show.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah, without knowing anything else about it. If
Yeah, it's like,
oh yeah,
okay.
no, there's somebody. This group is doing a thing. Like, well, we're fucking going.
Yep.
Allegedly, the group was so notorious over where they're from that they're invited to the capital of Varela to perform several times, almost a yearly. And you had people from all different parts of the continent coming to watch the show.
Well, apparently, somewhere throughout her travels, she found out where we came from.
Coin looks perplexed. She furrows her eyebrows. Wait. Look, there's a lot of theories about us's. But nobody knows this where we originally came from. Rumor has it that the original us's traveled from far away and just simply like showed up one day and started breeding like Haragon. And
Right?
we're inherently just made very good safety measures of not falling into the devices of our kind and dying. That seems to be not just a family's curse, but a Munchkin curse.
Bellchaser's last words are, "This is the secret of our people."
Are you just going to work on it solo, or are you inviting me to help you?
Bring it back to like its usual state, and then go through all the locks that I've gotten unlocked. Each one.
She pulls out that new spell book that Lumion has given you, and she's actually writing notes down in it regarding what she's observing. And if you like, you can pull out your book. You pull out your book, and you can see those exact same notes.
Yeah, nice.
Cayenne, what do you think of your new wand, 12 Mongo thinks?
I'm excited to try it because now, aside from it being useful in potential battles in the future, I can also see a way of using it to prank a few people.
Oh my god, he's reverted back to original family status.
I can teach them to just croak out the word run just in a forest when there's just a random traveler trying to come up anywhere.
The spirit animal of the Cayenne is a crow. The lady
Yes.
of crows will have a word with you.
I thought she was the lady. I'll fuck around and find out.
Yeah. So a couple of goblins come up to you and they're goblin children. And they're like, and they rub each other's eyes and they're looking up at you and they're like, and they're like,
I'd give them a very gentle wave.
do you think she knows the Cayenne? And Lumion's like, she is the Cayenne. And they immediately like reach in their pockets and start searching for stuff. And one of them pulls out water and pours it on the ground after like clearing out the snow that's starting to like the very light snow. It makes a little mud spot. And they all put their hands in and they all come up to you. And wherever you're bare, they're sticking their hands on you, leaving little handprints.
Probably the only part of Cayenne that would be bare right now would be below what would be considered the knee on
Yeah,
her
probably.
legs.
Yeah, and now you're below the knee has now been covered in muddy handprints with cold mud.
Goblin hands all over.
This is fine. This is fine.
And they're like, we worships you. We tell other goblins about you. You're amazing. You rise goblins above poverty and to betterness. And the other one's like, you said full sentence. You smarted.
I'm gonna do like this after kind of getting down to where I'd be semi-level to where I could bend my torso to try to pull them all in for a hug.
They all hug you and they're like, we have been blessed this day. We don't have the goblins. And they all run off. And
Yeah,
Lumion just
props.
kind of smiles.
You have approximately 10 seconds to get out of there before you're swarmed.
Also, all the goblins are marching down. Go find her.
You just hear that that beep like in the military, like target has been found. Target has been found.
No,
We-
I
Oh,
totally
no.
picture the march of the orcs from Lord of the Rings.
Oh no!
Oh no! No!
No, this is goblins. It's gonna be way more whimsical than that.
So, as you get to the last part and you start to try to figure out the next piece, Coin reaches out and puts her hand on yours and kind of helps move it, and you just see it just turn and slide and click.
So that's the 8th luck.
Yeah. How
Isn't that
many
the-
were there?
I don't know how many.
Yeah,
I
you
do
haven't
know.
revealed to each of us how many locks we have to go through on our devices.
Yep. When Cayenne's around goblins, IQs rise.
I think we're both at 8 locks now. Cool.
Another question. Who has more?
Don't know.
This maketh the Cayenne happy.
You are making goblins smarter.
Which I'm glad of. They should know they have intelligence and intellect and they're capable of doing anything like any other race.
So, as you spend the night with Lumion, you eventually end up back at his place. His nice, cozy, like, star, shrouded type of home. And he walks in and he looks over at you, Cayenne, and he's like, huh, this is your home too now.
I like this. I'm not gonna lie, when we were in the Astral Sea, I had a sense of calm when I was there. Although the Astral Druid did give me a bit of the heebie-jeebies with their way of testing me, I really enjoyed being there, circumstances aside.
And then we will make it as the more normal people like to call it, a vacation spot.
I think I have an idea of what gift I would give to Lumion.
And what's that?
You might have to remind me again of the name of the very enlightened plant now. But I kind of wanted to allow him to spend as much time as he wanted inside essentially my mother's atrium.
Oh, wow. That would mean a ton to that character,
Mm-hmm.
as he is a lover of plants. And being
And I
in,
figure that he would get along very, very well with the very enlightened plant.
yeah. Also, as you enjoy being able to not just wake up here and have to leave because you were drunk and hungover and ended up in his home, that you see that there is plenty of plant life around of all different kinds from different realms. Elemental realm of fire, other realms like the elemental. One that catches your interest. Do an investigation to me, see if you actually really notice it. What were your tinkering checks?
I didn't roll any, but I'm doing some right
Oh,
now.
you didn't say I could roll
Roll
anything. I will
Oh,
spend
Alright.
everything I can.
22.
You're looking through the various plants, and he's just walking behind you in that curious, lust puppy
Yes.
thing he does.
Natural 20.
Same.
Holy shit! Okay. And he has his arms gently behind his back, and he stops you for a moment and takes off your overcoat so you can relax, and takes his coat off, puts him on a coat rack. And you stop in front of this one, and it's this beautiful, surreal plant. It kind of blossoms up into a bell shape and then opens with these glowing tendril fun ends, and you can see the leaves are semi-translucent with the veins going through it. And
That sounds cool.
and then in the middle, intertwining out of it, almost look like rose thorns with little bulbs on it. And he stops, and there's a small plaque there, and he takes some food and puts it into your hands for you to feed it. And he's like, just hold it over the opening within range of the tendrils.
I'm going to treat feeding this plant like I would a horse. Lap palm. No fingies.
As you do that, the tendrils kind of move, and you see them split open with a bunch of littler tendrils, almost like fingers, and it just kind of grabs the food, and they curl down into the actual bulb and disappearing with each piece of food.
I'm going to compliment the plant by saying you are very pretty.
All of my plants enjoy compliments. This one is from the elemental plane of nature.
I believe that's where the Dryad is from. That's aboard the ship on aboard the mall.
He raises an eyebrow. He's like, "These are very uncommon and rare."
I really liked working with the Dryad. They were
I
very,
need
very
you
nice. You would
Both
enjoy their
roll an
company.
additional d20. Perhaps in this downtime, you could take me to meet them.
You just want the
That would be
number on
very
the dice?
nice.
Just a number.
13.
16.
Okay. And so we're going to move a little bit again. You're able to go back home and spend time with Kippa after you do work. And next couple of days go by. The talks of the bachelorette party are just sounding like it's going to be an insane time. Coin has actually reached out, and she's bringing in some of her closest bardic friends
Oh shit.
to perform, and one of them is rumored to be a very large Black Panther, tabaxi, known as Stripes.
Come on over here, Cheddar.
He's going.
calculations. Calculations are being had,
And so a couple of days go by. You work with Coin on the puzzle, just passing notes back and forth, tinkering. And you notice that him and Coin are spending a lot more time together, just working on things, talking about, the actual like nobility side of things and the meeting and everything like that she has to deal with. It's kind of weird that you're able to sit down at a table, have your whole family present, and discuss essentially your days. Your dad's never changes.
Yeah.
It's like I get up, I sit under a table, I fall asleep, I wake up from nightmares, repeat. And
you
only
poor man to a cleric or something.
Huh?
You that poor man to a cleric or something.
and all of you are working to basically try to alleviate that. You two are actually able to finish what you're working on overall. Scavard, you finish what you're working. You're able to get a hold of Osling and talk to her, and she looks at you, and she's like, Scavard, I'm going to only tell you this once more. To get my attention, simply ask either Cayenne, Lumion, Alufa to get my attention, and I will speak to you, or ask me directly. You do not have to make it a royal decree and set up a meeting where it is required for me to attend.
I actually did for this one, Osling, and it's something very important and special that requires only your help. I'm currently working on something that no one else knows of, but it's something specifically for Lumion and Cayenne.
She raises an eyebrow, and you can see that she's instantly changes posture to be more protective of those two.
It's a very special gift, and it's one that requires your specific set of skills as a druid.
Hold on. Scabbard, dear. Hold on for a moment. My specific skills, I am not raising anybody from the grave to officiate their wedding.
No, nothing like that. I would require a
You said specific set of skills. You know what
Yes.
my specific set of skills are, Scabbard.
yes.
That is dead things and politics, which are basically dead things talking.
Don't think anybody's going to be disagreeing with that one.
This is something special. I will produce the 2 vials.
She looks at it.
These vials contain both the blood of Lumion and Cayenne. And I will pull out the gift that I have. And this, and pull it out, and it's a intricately carved shield with a poem put on there, featuring both Cayenne and Lumion with the family crest on there, but a emerald to signify Cayenne, and an obsidian to signify Lumion, since their eye colors are emerald and black. And I need the help of a druid who can put a blessing of nature upon this. And each of these words, I'm actually going to go over them with this blood here, so that way it can actually be bound specifically to the shield. And
How long can you hold your breath?
It's a good question.
Okay. You want me to officiate the druidic ceremony for this shield to bless it? What sort of blessing are you asking of?
One that would bind nature into it, I suppose. Something that would signify the love that these two have together.
Okay, this is difficult. I am a druid to death.
I figured you might be able to help because
I kind of deal with the finality of things. Now,
Well, here's
It- and shut your muzzle, lizard, or I will stitch it shut and you will never open it.
God, how's he gonna monologue?
This is okay. I will be back in a few moments. I need to acquire something, and then you are going to follow me, and you are not going to ask questions, and you are going to leave your holy armor here. Anything holy is staying here. Understood? Good boy. I will be right back. And Osling heads out, and you're just like,
Start doffing that shit.
moving it all, very carefully placing it aside. And
she
You don't have
eventually
you don't have a squire with you. That's going to take some time.
she eventually comes back, and she has some sort of vial with a potion in it. She's like, okay, Scabbard. You're going to hate everything about this, but this is the way it's going to be done. Come along,
okay,
put those things away so that nobody sees them.
take the
And she takes you to the local graveyard, and there's guards there standing post at the front gates of the thing. And they see Osling, and they're like, "Here to officiate something, ma'am." She's like, "Yes, I have all the permissions to be here." Of course. And they step aside. And she's like, "Come on.
and I follow behind.
All right.
We'll play with dead people.
You know how I have to do things, right, Scabbard?
I'm aware.
Good. I hope you're not squeamish. Now, hold those items close to you and open your mouth." She pours that potion in your mouth, and it tastes like the
Yeah.
pure essence of Sistromi poured in your mouth.
You're kobold.
Oh, it
You
is,
can eat it.
and it goes down, and it's like the back end of it is apple cider vinegar,
Look, I like seafood, but no.
and you're just like, and she makes you swallow, and she's like, "Good." And she just, before you see what she does, she takes off her jacket and she puts it on one of the graves. Like, it's like this beautiful, like, noble jacket that she wears over, and she has a tank top under it along with a corset. And she takes her her headdress off and sets it down too. And she's like, "Oh, all right." And she pulls the dagger, and you're like, "Where the fuck did she keep that?" And she's like, and she sees the look on your face, and she's like, "You think this is the only one? I have about 100 of them."
That's fair.
And she just slices her arm open. And you're like, and she just walks around this in a circle between these four graves, essentially creating a circle that you're standing in. And she's speaking something, and she's like, "Trust me. Do not panic. Do not show fear. And do not show anything holy for the love of all the gods. You are not welcome on these grounds, and I am taking you as a passenger." And she finishes the circle and whatever she is saying. And it is a terrifying language. You're like, what the fuck is she speaking? And as you're standing there, the ground moves a little bit, and this rotting corpse hand comes up and grabs your ankle, and then your other ankle, and dozens of them come up and instantly just pull you into the dirt.
Mm, okay.
The last thing you see is just the light disappear
How
before
to
you.
not panic.
The most horrifying thing has just been happened, and you're like, did she just fucking bury me alive? And you just feel dozens of hands just grabbing at you, pulling at you, and you just feel like you're being pulled lower and lower. And then you fall, and you just feel something grab you, and you look up, and it's like this bird that is rotting and falling apart, just taking you down into this place that is just covered in this eerie glow, and these black stones and all these dead trees. And you land on you're laid on the stone, and it is freezing cold, like the coldest thing you've ever felt. and the air itself is just like almost like a cold static to you as you're standing there in this place that seems infinite with no stars in the sky, but torches and lanterns that glow, not of the fire of them that you're used to, but it's like an eerie greenish purple color that it fades in and out of, providing light. You're like, and she walks up to you and she's like, "Come along."
Okay. Get up and look around as I follow her.
And you're just,
The player wants to know, has the sheen gone off of Scab's scales at this point? Does he just look like a ghost?
he's not dead. He still looks normal, but God, is he probably terrified right now?
It probably looks both beautiful and terrifying. Like that weird, I would assume along the lines of like the Paris catacombs, like a very mysterious place, but also scary.
And she walks along you and she's like, "Don't you dare make eye contact with anything or speak to anything outside of myself or who I say you can speak to. I am not explaining to your wife why you're possessed. And I am not performing the
Understood.
exorcism. I will simply laugh."
Understood. I will follow
Head
behind.
down.
And you
Follow.
guys walk for what feels like forever. You're like your legs are starting to get tired. And eventually you come to like this large stone circle, probably about 20 feet in diameter. And there's all these crypts sitting, basically aligning it, and graves that have long, with their names long forgotten, and these large cast iron like fences sticking up with trees and dead things intertwined in them. And she walks up to the middle and she's like, "I've come to speak with you because I need you to officiate something for me." And you just hear this voice, and it's just like thousands of pin needles along the spine. And it's like, "You've come to officiate, ask me of something. What do you offer?" She's like, "Oh, that's easy." And she walks over to you and she steps on the back of your tail with a hoof and brings a dagger down and just cuts off a piece of the tip of your tail about that much and picks it up.
Ow. Ow.
And she's like, "Don't be a baby, it'll grow back." And she walks to the altar and sets it down. And you see the stone move and break apart and being pushed away as this eerily tall, like satyr stands up, almost 7 feet tall. And you see these long horns just curl up with like a bluish flame floating above their head that looks like a halo. Wearing these tattered but yet beautiful black robes. And you can see that their face is just nothing but a skull, and they're like, "Scabbard, step forward."
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear that last.
Scabbard. He literally calls you by name.
Okay, I didn't hear the last part.
And do you step forward?
Look over to Osling, see if
She's standing aside. She's not interfering.
You're
step
gonna have to
forward.
make your best judgment there.
I'll step forward cautiously but respectfully.
It looks at you and it's like, "Your offer's been accepted. What do you want me to officiate?"
I seek I suppose a blessing of a druidic being to basically, I don't have the words. Basically trying to have this this crest, the shield, be imbued with this blood as proof that these two are joined in love, I suppose. And basically until the end of days.
And the thing just motions. "Lay it before me." You shall handle the blood as it is cursed to you.
I will go ahead and place the shield down, and I suppose begin writing the blood over the actual lettering of the inscription upon the shield.
And this entity before you begins to speak in a language you don't understand. And as it whispers its first words in whatever language it's speaking, there is no presence of your god or any god here. This place is a island far from any safety. And as you're doing this, you hear Osling behind you, and she's like, "Yeah, remember, she said trust her." She grabs you gently by your muzzle, and you just feel the blade pull across your neck as your throat slit, and your blood spills all over the shield. And the next thing you know, everything just kind of blurs, and those words just echo in your ears as the speaking continues, and the world goes black. And you suddenly just wake up in the graveyard, and your throat's healed, but you're just like, you're holding the shield, and you're just... that sheer terror of the fact that you felt those moments of your life slipping away.
Sit up slowly and look around.
Osling, she's there, and she has like a small tea set set out, and she's just drinking some tea.
Well, that was terrifying, but also interesting. Did I just die?
No, you paid me tribute.
Ah.
Thank you for that.
Take a look at it, and I would have basically every other letter would be.
The shield is
Alternating.
done, and it's got like this. When you move it, it's got like the wood itself almost has like a pearlescent sheen, and you're like, your heart stops for a moment as it skips a beat, and you realize that pearlescent sheen is from your own blood.
Do you think they'll like it? Show Osling.
Oh, they'll love it, especially when you tell them the details. But you will never, ever, Scabbard, share where you went with anyone.
Understood. I'm not even gonna ask what that place was.
It's better not to toil in the doings of me.
Thank you, Osling.
And yeah, you can go find Lumion and Cayenne. And Osling just finishes her tea, and some horrifying thoughts on your mind now regarding how scary Osling is.
We'll go and recover my things.
Oh, you're happy that you're back in this realm, and you can feel the warmth of your god. Like,
That was terrifying. Let's go find Cayenne and Lumion.
Now what you need to do is get that natural 20 at your daily end of day prayer, so that you can talk to Bahamut again. And Bahamut, where the hell did you go?
you were gone.
You were gone.
I'm be honest.
What happened?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I have no idea. Some weird stuff happened. Let's just say that much.
And you found out how terrifying Osling is. And yeah, it's not hard enough. You find likely you're not asking for a blessing of a druid.
Yeah, fuck no.
You didn't go ask Osling for, hey, I ask you a favor?
It's
I'll ask my friends to
Especially
help me with something.
especially a druid in the circle of necromancy.
Osling is far more terrifying than you could ever imagine. And you eventually find them. They're in the marketplace, and you hear Scabbard run up, and he's got like this thing in front of him that's covered in a cloth. And Lumion's like, Scavard, you look more pale than usual.
Which is
Just
weird
very
because you have
tired.
scales.
Did a lot of running. I'm glad that I found you two. I have something for both of you. I
And
hope
he
you like
reaches
it.
over and he brushes something off. He's like, "You're usually more clean than this.
Huh?
You're
Can-
usually more clean than this."
Can I tell if I just think he's seen something disturbing?
Roll nature, actually.
That's a 23.
Boy's seen some shit.
Oh my god, the song from the chat is amazing. Bahamut, oh, you're back. No wonder my sense of peace was broken.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Ow.
Oh. Okay, next time we deliver assault like that, could y'all give me a little bit of warning to like back up? I'm sitting right next to the dude.
You can tell that he's actually had a really heavy interaction with the circle of necromancy.
I believe Brother Scav has seen some rather disturbing things.
Huh. He looked in the
And
mirror.
I won't ask.
That is a joke. Someone told me to try to be humorous. I think it was your brother Mongo. And he tries to smile, and it's like very awkward. It's like, never mind. I'm not practicing that in public.
It's fine.
What is it, Scabbard?
Well, we've been working on this for all night. It's been an idea that I've been working on, and I just hope you like it. Needed a little bit of help to do so from Oslin, but
As you're about to present it, someone comes up and they look at you and they're, Global, you interested in buying some mystery meat jerky?
not right now, but thank you.
But it's delicious. They unwrap it and it just smells terrible. It's like you see fragments of stuff in there that you're like, oh god, what's that?
Another time, perhaps. Thank you.
Lumian's like, perhaps we should step out of the middle of the marketplace.
We probably should.
And Lumion just reaches over and hands the jerky person some coin, and they're like, here. And they're like,
Have a good day.
and you step off to the side where it's a bit more private.
I will unwrap it and present it to them.
Yeah, describe the beautiful shield before them.
It is a more or less a wooden kite shield, like a heater shield of sorts, made of wood. But on it would be the carving of Lumion and Cayenne face to face, where their one eye would be basically looking towards each other, would be on Cayenne's an emerald, on Lumion's an obsidian. Above the two of them would be Cayenne's family crest, and beneath would be a poem inscribed in both their blood, with each alternating letter being Cayenne's and Lumion's back and forth. The binds of fate that tie these lives beyond two souls shall forever hold true, with the protection over the love that the shield shall always bear forevermore until the end of days. And of course, it would have that pearlescent sheen from Scav's blood from this.
And you instantly pick up this is infused with some heavy necromancy and blood magic.
That was very smart of you to go to Osling, and this is a very, very thoughtful gift.
Lumion looks to you. It is a very thoughtful gift.
I'm glad you two like it. I wasn't sure what to get for you. I mean, what do you get for people who basically have whatever they want? I wanted to get something special that was from the heart.
I do believe you have succeeded.
I'd go over and give Scav a hug, careful to keep my muddy legs away from me.
Oh no, this is a few days later. You're not muddy anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like middle of the day type of deal where you guys are in a marketplace. Nikolai, yeah, you're able to hug, and she actually hugs you, and Lumion comes over. It's a very awkward hug from him, but he tries.
Again.
Nikolai,
I
you
presume that I'm gonna have to get those others assistance.
Nikolai, you have actually created what your creation is simply like. You don't know how you pulled it off.
Mhm.
You must have tapped into something, but it's masterworked beautifully.
I didn't need the help from friends and family. Okay, I'm taking it to the priest,
Okay.
and I will tell her of the story, and I will ask her to pray with me for thanks to Carl and Eureka.
Okay. The gnome, right? Or
Yeah.
the high priestess.
So the Nomus priest, because
All right.
we follow the same.
Roll that religion.
Nikolai was able to pull that off all by himself. It wasn't just him.
Sweetie's eyeballing that die so hard.
It is. Engage. It's the R, right? 22.
22?
Yes.
All right.
What happened?
You feel warm and fuzzy.
That's all?
Yeah?
Not struck down by lightning.
No?
Okay.
And you're free to go find the two.
Yeah.
To be wed together and.
Okay, yeah, because there is a certain component that they would probably want to know about. Yeah. Track them down.
So, Cayenne, you're able to take the shield back to Lumion's to basically put it in a safe place. Realizing this is a really powerful gift.
Yeah, it would be something I wouldn't want to take into battle for any reason.
Yeah. And then
Good.
after you leave the gift at Lumion's, and now your place as well, you're able to head back to the market, and it's winter time, so you're at a hot cocoa place,
Hot cocoa.
and you just feel like a gentle pat on your like ankle shin area.
I felt fur move.
Yeah. This is not normal. So do you look down at what it is?
Yes.
And you see Nikolai looking up at you with a big cheesy grin on his smile, and he has a backpack on with something in it, and you've never seen with just like. He actually approached you without any machinations for respect for you.
Hey,
I-
Nikolai.
And so they're at a table, something.
They're finishing getting the hot cocoa. And,
Okay. I got something for the two of you.
and
Yeah, the
Lumia
backpack
takes a
will
step,
cover.
and he almost steps on you, and he pauses for a moment and takes a step back.
Hi.
Hello.
I would get Nikolai to where he's eye level.
Yeah, you can just set him up and sit him on one of the many tables that are sprinkled throughout this area.
So I don't know how I did this, but here.
Tell them what they're presented with.
Yeah. So present to you guys like little watches. Probably because of what needs to be in there, a little more larger than your basic standard pocket watch, but still small enough to fit in a large pocket, not a giant pocket pouch or anything like that. But these are basically along the lines of the traditional wedding clock. So they can be activated basically at the moment you guys are officially deemed a couple. They will start counting together simultaneously. And once a year, at the moment of this, at the moment of the official vows, you can open the pocket watch and see and speak with each other for the amount of time it took you to recite your vows. And then every day at the exact same time, you can hear each other's heartbeats for the duration of time it took to speak your vows.
That's actually really cool.
And you'll see that it is made out of wood and precious metals such as gold and silver and stone. And the gear work that is made visible is basically gears made out of some of the, almost like as precise as a replication of like a lot of leaves that have that like kind of like pointy edge like gears do. So those leaves turn on each other as the gear work.
That's actually really cool.
So Nikolai created a machine out of nature.
All 100% natural materials.
That's pretty neat.
That's really fucking impressive, dude.
I hope you like it.
Thank you, Nikolai.
Lumion just looks at it and he's like, "Oh, I know where to put this gift, and it's always going to be close to my heart."
I hope so. But remember, you have to push that button when you say I do or whatever it is you're going to say.
We might need a reminder. And yeah, you're spending time with Coin. I forget, have you and Coin given a gift yet?
Nope. In fact, that's something I was actually going to bring up to the three others.
And Coin is sitting there, and I'm like, so, she looks over at you, and you guys are both thinking the same thing. And Gavard and Nikolai have been rather absent, and she's like,
I haven't fucking noticed.
oh. We haven't got Lumion or Cayenne a gift yet.
I've been thinking about what to get him, and I've been drawing a fucking blank.
Yeah, Lumion's kind of like, I want it. Whatever Cayenne wants, he can provide.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the hole in the shop and the genie. Yeah. And Sunny's like, oh my god, you guys are hopeless. Think about something that they would like that they can't get from anywhere else that's from your heart. Oh god, I will never give that advice to Scabbard because he will give him his heart. Literally, on a silver platter as he's dying.
She kind of actually did. Wait till you hear that story. Yeah, I love you. But God, you're killing me.
I did have one idea on where to at least start. I figure if the four of us go visit Alufa and Gosling.
Sonny's like, Osling speaks to dead people.
Yeah, no, I always have much easier time actually talking to Alufa.
Yeah, Osling is terrifying, not going to lie. She's wonderful, but look, if you want to threaten somebody, send her that direction. If Cayenne's not available.
Yeah.
Well, let's go speak to them. Uh,
Yeah, get
Cayenne.
Maggie too.
Huh?
Get Maggie too.
Yeah, Maggie's like, he pauses for me. He's like, you want me to come with you?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. You might actually remember her.
Well,
No, we found that fucking note in the other house. Or was it in this one? In fucking one of them. Alufa.
he sits there and he's like, I have to meet her.
The, unicorn centaur from the school.
He looks perplexed a little bit.
She had a broken horn at the time.
Just take me. So, Cayenne,
Yes.
you find yourself alone in Kippa's office. And she comes walking in and she's like, she comes over to you and she's like, I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but uppies for a hug.
I
I sent you a message, dude.
Kippa wouldn't even need to ask for uppies. Cayenne would give her uppies anyway.
And she hugs you and she's like, I brought you here for something very important to ask you.
What is it?
Who in the nine hells out of the three brothers is officiating your wedding?
I am still conflicted on who I would want to officiate, but outside of the family, I was also thinking potentially fought, especially since he did exercise your husband.
Yeah, that was an odd table side conversation for dinner to have.
That just gives me an inkling of just how powerful Fought actually is. For the sheer fact he was able to terrify the Lord of Dread.
Right. Yes, the Lord of Dread. The other question is, which one of your brothers is handing you over?
Honestly, I thought of all three doing so.
Huh. Well,
We all grew up in the same place.
there's nothing in the doctrine saying that you can't do that. In fact, there's no rules against it, so you can have all three of them carry out the task. I just hope Lumion's up for the challenge of dealing with the three jesters.
Yeah, Lumion did say that whoever is going to hand me over has to duel him.
Lumion has actually been training with Sir Mir on how to duel with a long sword. Not a rapier, a long sword. One hand behind his back as a gentleman would.
Oh, fuck.
I would have enjoyed seeing that. I've never seen him wield a weapon before.
Oh, come along then. And she hops down and heads for the door. Waits for you to leave the chambers.
I'll leave the chambers.
And she closes the door, and the door disappears into the wall like it was never there. And
That's pretty cool.
you head down the hall, and eventually you come to this area, and you're like, that's why I didn't see Sir Mir with Kippa. He's always in her presence, outside the door, with her at all times. And there's this round, kind of like Roman Colosseum, but smaller, almost like a ballroom size. And in the middle of that room, you can see Sir Mir with his sword drawn, dueling Lumion, teaching him how to rather aggressively. Like, there are no frills held back. There are several broken blades around the arena from their training, as he's been training with Sir Mir on how to properly duel like this.
Huh.
And you can just hear the blades hitting each other, the grinding of it, and parries and shuffling as they're going back and forth. I think Lumion can hold his own.
Yeah.
And as you watch this unfold in front of you, the fact that your future husband has learned from one of the best swordsmen that you could probably put forward how to defend your honor with a blade. That he's given up his beholder appearance for this one and has learned how to take up a blade to defend you as this position would allow.
That's really awesome.
And with that, that's where we're
It's
going to go.
it's different.
Yeah.
Why do I just see that dude from Instagram with the fucking Buster sword? Just swinging it around with one fucking arm.
That's more like
Oh.
Sir Mir style. And with that, that's where we're going to call it for the night. We'll pick up next week and keep this roller coaster going. We hope you have a... Oh, actually, no, we will not be back next week. We have the weekend off. Sorry about that.
The week after.
We'll be back the week after. We hope you have a safe week, safe holiday. Enjoy next weekend, and we hope to see you when we come back and pick up this roller coaster. It's getting spicy. Have a good night. Have a safe 2 weeks. We'll see you soon.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Good
Night.
night,
Join our
everybody.
Discord.
Join our Discord and cause some chaos with us.
Yes.
Like, comment, subscribe as well if you're watching on the tubes.